tired because I worked yesterday, but not too bad. Not too bad. Today we'll be getting into. Turn this down a bit. Today we'll be getting into our first combat. Alright. Most people are hopping in the Discord, so we're just gonna swoosh right in.
Oh yeah, no, it was planned and completely fine, but it was just like it got moved up a day. It was supposed to be Thursday.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, but I'll be better. Like, yeah.
That's fine.
Once the game starts, I'll be better about keeping muted.
No.
But she is very excited at the moment.
So am I. That mirrors my feelings.
Yeah. Yeah, things are gonna go crazy.
So we made a joke about how wants to handle you being back now, which is because that's awesome. But we made a joke about how you've actually been with us the whole time, just sleeping in my backpack because you got really hammered that first night.
That totally works.
It's
So,
like, yeah, no one's
oversee-
seen her, like no one's seen her. Meanwhile, in Bram's hood, just sleeping mouse folk.
And hangovers last 72 hours for Mousefolk. It's official,
Being
it's
Mousefolk
canon.
with the highest initiative in the group. Almost.
We need to keep her from alcohol.
All right. Let's see.
Hello, hello.
I think everybody's in here. Yeah.
Hey.
Hello. Hello. You guys hear me? Okay. Now my mic's working.
Hey, Ben.
Hi. Yeah, I've been talking and just, yep, it's a wall, I guess. All right. Well, once everybody gets in the game, which looks like everybody except for maybe
Nathan.
well, I see everybody except for Maddie. But that can be
Maddie's here.
finicky sometimes.
Oh, I mean the game.
Yeah, the game.
Yeah, I'm here, but it's not opening yet. Still loading.
Okay, no problem.
It took a while for me as well. Longer than usual.
All right, well, previously, all right, well, for the effort of total immersion, if this is how we're going to do it, if we're going to go with the Blue has been sleeping in Brahm's backpack the whole time, unbeknownst to anyone else, I'm not going to give you any information then. You're just gonna wake up in this scenario.
I love that.
Alrighty.
You hear a screech of some kind that wakes you up from your sleep, and somehow you wake up with a higher initiative than anybody else. You just something primal about this scream that gets to you pretty quickly. And yeah, once you're loaded in, we're gonna start initiative.
What a way to wake up.
I'll say that being in the backpack is equivalent to being prone, and getting out of the backpack will be equivalent to standing up from prone.
Hello. I'm a little bit late.
That's fine.
Chickens picked a very bad time to throw a panic attack. Turns out it was just laying a very big egg.
Oh.
They do it all the time, but you got to check them just in case.
Mm-hmm. What pet was it? Something about laying an egg? I missed it.
Oh, I thought I was going to be much later, but I'm actually only like 3 minutes late.
Okay, I got you.
But it's
I
'cause
thought
the
you were
chickens
being literal, like you had a pet snake or something that was laying a big egg.
No, chickens laying big eggs
Chickens. Oh.
and screaming about it.
Oh, yeah.
You can never tell if they're panicking about something like a real threat or if they're just laying a big egg.
Oh,
Sweetheart.
all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Once Nathan's in, we'll be good to go.
Can we just recap the last 3 minutes? Like, we were walking through the forest, following Bram, and then this creature just came out of nowhere.
Against all odds, the disguise worked. Supposedly.
I like to imagine how Fate was loudly proclaiming that there's no way anyone would fall for this ever. This was happening.
To clue you in, because as soon as you jump out of the backpack, Bram's face is covered with like a big scarf. He's wearing, and his ears are somehow become like with an illusion have been pointed to make himself look like an elf, even though he's like super short and brawny and has a beard, and is very much has the proportions of like a half dwarf. Looks
Okay.
nothing like an elf. He just has like pointy ears. Yes. My little monkey. Just going ooh 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 ooh. I know. You got your cup.
All right. Well,
There we go,
shall
Nathan's on.
begin.
Oh man, that sound effect.
Oh wow.
You're in a backpack. You hear a screech. Something horrible's happening. You know.
All right. Blue will poke their head out of the backpack, kind of waking up, look and see what's going on, and just kind of focus on getting out of the backpack before figuring anything else out.
Gotcha. So you spend 15 feet of movement to get out of the backpack, and can go to any adjacent square. Up to you.
A quick one, sorry to interrupt. I remember us rolling surprise checks. Was that the case for Blue as well?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
Do I need to stay in the backpack for a turn?
Roll a perception. Actually, you were asleep, so I'm just going to use your passive perception, which is higher than its stealth check. So you're not surprised. So you have your turn. Proceed.
I'm not surprised at being woken up in a backpack not knowing where I am by a screech. Okay. I've been through a lot of weird things.
You're surprised, but you're not surprised.
Not knowing what's going on, Blue will focus on just getting out of the backpack and looking around and kind of noticing
Turn the cam off.
that Brum is wearing a blindfold. And just kind of talk to him. I was like, "Are you supposed to be wearing that? Do you need help getting that off?"
Blue, is that where have you been? Where have you been? We're in the whole thing right now.
Well, I think I was asleep. I don't know how I got into your backpack. I would ask you that question.
Drinking. We're in a thing right now. It's like this.
That sound your baby made is the screech it makes. And Blue, you notice
That's
this thing
perfect.
bearing down on you.
Well, I've
Yeah.
never seen one of those before.
Do we see Blue just pop out of the backpack and onto Bram's side?
It should be pretty obvious to everyone else, yeah.
And I'm assuming for folks who aren't surprised, we also see the creature 60 feet up in the air.
Even those of you who are surprised would see the creature. You're just too startled to act quickly. You could, if you wanted to say something, you could. Anyone that's surprised, that'd only allow you to really say just like a few words at most.
Time to explain. Just if you can, tie that thing down or hit it or something.
We'll just look up very, very high in the air and see the creature there. Okay. But for now, just stay there because they're still waking up and not sure exactly how to go about doing that at the moment.
All right. Turn ends and Ares. Your turn begins.
So we just noticed this creature. I know, like we're taking turns in a round, but what is it generally doing? Is it like preparing for a nosedive? Is it just circling in the air? What's its cadence like?
Roll me an animal handling for assessing the nuance of its behavior. The obvious thing that it looks like it's doing is it is in the air, hovering. Whether it's hovering in preparation of being aggressive or hovering in preparation of fleeing, or that's a bit harder for you to understand. It looks rather menacing, but it always looks rather menacing.
Aras will just, still hidden, take a couple of steps ahead and slide this huge piece of wooden, machinery equipment off his back and just take a, slight aim at the creature above it. And essentially I'm holding an action to shoot if it, shows aggressive nature towards either Bram or Blue.
Okay, gotcha. Alright.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. Sid.
Right. I'm not in range to do much right now, so I guess I will also prepare an action.
Okay. What are you preparing to action with?
I want to see if how much range I've got real quick on this. Tails. Range 30, 90. So I can do that at disadvantage, I suppose. Yeah, I'm just gonna load some regular ammo into my pistol and ready to shoot if it does sweep down. You know what? I can shoot it from here with disadvantage right now.
Long range.
And I might do that. Is this area here like a tree or a shrub?
So between you and it,
This.
so you might have to move a little bit because there's the trunk of a tree right there. It's just kind of directly in your line of sight. Just a little bit of movement would give you line of sight.
I'm gonna climb the tree, I think, to get a better.
Okay.
Better
We'll say
shot.
that tree is maybe 20 feet high. So you can make pretty damn easy athletics to climb it. Oh, on my screen it almost looked like it tilted onto that one for a second.
It was very close, yeah.
Yeah. You're good. You can climb as high as you want, just keeping in mind that climbing is,
Movement.
yeah, or it's difficult movement. So it's like 2 feet for 1 feet.
But I do have
Oh, you have the
Yeah.
second story work, don't you?
yeah. So
Okay,
that's.
so you're good.
I
Yeah,
have
you
enough
can
movement
climb
to
as
get
high
to
as
the
you
top.
want.
I don't want to like peek right at the top of the tree. I want to get just below the leaves, so I've sort of got a little bit of coverage.
Okay. We're still gonna say you're 20 feet up, but you're in partial concealment. I'm gonna.
And would that be an action?
No, that's just your movement.
Okay, then I will bonus action load the gun and then action shoot it
Okay.
at disadvantage.
All right. Go ahead and roll. You can hold control to apply disadvantage before you roll as you click, or if you roll normally, you can always apply disadvantage after the roll is made.
I'm trying to find it. I've not done this.
Let's see.
I have it in my inventory,
Inventory.
but I don't know what the roll for it is.
You just hover over the art icon for it, and it'll yeah. You got it straight.
Huh. It didn't do a disadvantage, but
That's fine. If you hover over the result of the roll, you'll see a minus.
Yep.
Yeah, you got
but it only gets worse.
it. Yep. All right. So an 11 misses.
Mhm.
So you fire your shot. It not quite accurate enough. It's at the tippy range of your pistol, and that seems to have caused it to deviate a bit too much.
I think he's a little bit excited. He's shaking a little bit.
How loud is the shot?
That's a good question. I don't actually know the answer to that one.
Decently, it's not as loud as a IRL gunshot. That's for sure. It's
Is it like a pew? It's like a Halo sound effect.
There's a bit of fizz to it. It sounds kind of close to like a very small thunderbolt.
Ooh.
So in a lot of ways, it does sound like a gun, like an IRL gun, but
Mhm.
it's definitely not as loud. And there's a bit more of like a fiery, crackly, magical fizz to it, rather than just the very sharp, echoing crack of a gunpowder fired bullet.
Awesome.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do, Sid?
That's basically everything. All of my actions and movement are exhausted.
Gotcha. Forget that all of you guys have your own end turn buttons.
Oh,
On the
How do
combat
I do
tracker
that?
tab, there is a. Okay, so something you can do, by the way, is any of those tabs on the right, you can right-click them to have them pop up as like a window. So you can have.
Ooh.
You can
that's
keep-
handy.
Yeah, I do that. I do that with the combat tracker just so I can keep the chat populated and the chat
Yeah.
log up and keep track of combat. But yeah, on the combat
Like-
tracker, there should be a button. I think it's at the bottom. I don't know because I'm not a player. That just says end turn whenever it is your turn. All right, Faith.
Like,
You.
just sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that, just 15 seconds before you gave that tip, I was like, this is so annoying. I can't pop up that combat tracker. And I started just mashing buttons and I pressed right click and it popped out. And I'm like, awesome, this is neat.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Oh, good.
So
Alright,
I'm
Faith.
surprised.
Yes,
So-
you are.
I just don't get a turn, right?
Pretty much. You get
So-
no actions, no bonus actions, no reactions, and you can't move. If you can do some
Cool.
special actions or free actions, you can. You can like say a few words, but other than that, you pretty much don't get a turn. Yeah.
Right, so I'll just say, yeah, there's no way this disguise is working. That's just ridiculous. No one would fall for that. Oh my god, is that blue? Look! I'll point to blue. Totally oblivious to the bird. That's
Gotcha.
going to be my turn.
All right. Rom, you are equally. Well, we up to you how you want to play it off, but we could say that you're just entirely distracted by blue jumping out of your backpack. Whether or not you even want to be aware of this bird.
Well, yeah, it may have been screeching at me, but like I think I totally. Yeah, any plans that Brahm had, any like ideas, just totally out the window as he just feels this like shivering, like shaking in his bag, and all of a sudden like an adorable little mouse folk is just hanging out on his shoulder for a moment, and he's just like, "Wait, where have you been? Why are you in my bag?" Just constantly. Just, okay. So what we're doing is we're looking for a bird murderer. We think it's complicated. There's a lot of what's that? And then trying to look for this intern.
I also recorded that soundbite of your baby screeching and just played it every time now for the bird.
That's great. So I'm looking for the intern button and I don't see it.
On the combat tracker, I
don't even
know
see
where it would
combat
be.
tracker, my dude.
The same tabs that you go through for like the chat log on the right, the chat log where the characters are, the journal tab, and all that stuff. The very second one, which is the fist icon on the top right.
Oh,
That's the combat
cool.
tracker. Yeah, you can right click it to pop it out.
Oh, cool.
At the bottom of that tracker, there should be an entrance. Yeah, there you go. All right.
Sweet.
On its turn.
By the way, I've always wanted to fight one of these things, and like I'm taking no knowledge of it into the game, but like, yeah, this is cool. This is a dope monster.
Yeah, that is a cool monster. Alright, so it's going to swoop down diagonally and then. Well, actually, it has to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
How high in the air was it?
60 feet.
Oh, say something.
So it pretty much swoops down to the ground and does a dive attack.
What's the?
Alright, and it's going to multi-attack. It's going to start with Gore, which will have the extra 2d8 applied to it.
Yep.
And then go with Talons.
That one misses.
Gotcha. Alright, so the Gore hits for 10 piercing damage as it swoops down with a lot of force.
Shh, sweetheart.
And actually, does surprise give it advantage? I don't think it does.
If they're considered hidden, then it should. Otherwise, no.
Right.
Up to you.
It's not. No, it's not exactly hidden.
That was.
I would say maybe in Faith's case, the way you played it out, I would consider it hidden to you, but in Brom's case, it was not. Alright, so it swoops down all the way there. And I don't think it has any movement left to go anywhere else at the moment. So it will end its turn.
Does it like land on the ground, or is it like floating 5 feet above?
It's still like barely floating above the ground, keeping afloat with its wings.
Okay. Quick measure.
I must not let this thing hit me. Ever.
Oh, yeah, you're a squish. Didn't you roll bad on your health rolls too?
Yep.
Yep.
1 and a 3.
Ugh.
I'm going to move there. And is it in range now? 1.
I just I'm just doing the math here. Like, I think I don't know if I have the most health, but I'm close to it. If this thing rolls well, it can kill any player. Like, it can down the player in 1 hit. It's not a joke.
It rolled horrible on damage, and even then it was so much.
Yeah.
Just for some clarification about the stuff on the map, these water puddles, just kind of swampy. Unless you have some kind of feature that might negate it, it's essentially difficult terrain. These bushes are difficult terrain. Anything that looks like a significant forestry obstacle would be difficult terrain. The trees are not. You just have to, if it looks like their trunk is in a square, then you'll have to go around the trunk or climb it, like I said.
So I'm gonna like go just along the edge of that puddle then to that other tree. And then I'm gonna cast Produce Flame and throw it at the bird.
All right.
Ugh.
All right.
Throw it near the bird.
You cast Produce Tiny Flame, which is not very effective against the bird. And it does seem to react to the fire a little bit, you know, just kind of like clearly does not like the fire, but it manages to be quick enough to dodge your attempt to hit it with the flames.
And turn.
All right.
Man, that's so dramatic. I love it.
I have no idea. I've never heard those sounds, but I know I've heard. I think I've heard them once, maybe. But yeah. It's just like a big. It's just like a loud bell sound or something, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a bell and there's a little bit of cymbal swish, and
It's very cool and very helpful too.
Yeah.
Blue will kind of jump out from behind Bram and attempt. We're going to start with attempt now and see what happens. To cast a firebolt at the giant angry bird.
All right. All right. Fire bolt. It does indeed hit the bird. For 2 fire damage.
I
Although
think I made it angry.
yeah, it screeches in response. However, it doesn't look like he was all of that especially injured by the 2 damage firebolt. He just kind of scuffed it a little bit, and the its fur. Yeah, it has fur and wings. Its fur didn't really quite manage to catch fire, and it seems like you made it angrier, if anything.
Having that seem to make it angry, Blue is just kind of gonna move back behind Graham and start thinking about maybe it wasn't a good idea to get out of the backpack.
Should've just stayed in the back. Alright, oh, by the way, we kind of skipped it, but before your turn starts, you can, Ares, you can take your readied action to fire the crossbow, and then have a whole turn after that.
Sure. I kind of left the description a little bit vague because, you know, I want to leave it for you to see how they looked in your world, but essentially, Ares is carrying a rifle.
A rifle, okay.
So,
Yeah, no, I got
let
you.
me go ahead and-
There's
yeah.
Rifles are such an emergent technology that there's just a million different designs and prototypes and stuff. So yeah, your rifle can really be, as long as the basic mechanics of how guns work in my game is the same, then yeah, you can flavor it to look like however you want.
Okay, then do I just...
Yeah, just
Give me
make a
1 second.
roll as long as it is within range. Or, I mean, I assume it's within at
Yes.
least long range. I don't know if it's short range for your gun.
Short range.
Cool.
Alright, I guess it's... The thing I set up is refusing to roll, so I'll just roll manually.
Let me see. It might be... Yes. It might be because of an ammunition requirement. If you put you can set it up to automatically consume ammunition, but if there's no ammunition of the kind you've set it up for, then it would refuse to roll sometimes. Alright, so we'll take that manual roll. Try clicking it again to see if it works now. But I'll use the result of that roll you just made.
Alright, it
Yeah,
worked.
there it goes. I just took away the ammunition setup. So if you're good with using the damage for that, and I'm gonna change it so that it doesn't populate the whole description.
Okay, the damage was wrong, so I'll re-roll it.
Okay, you can just manually roll that too if you want.
Mm-hmm.
It does hit, however. All right.
I think, Era saw this thing, hovering 60 feet in the air. He moved, between the 2 trees to get, a clear line of sight. If it kind of, dived on Bram and all. And he didn't want to spook it off. He took a shot, and then 60 feet in the air, it kind of spooked off, so he held the shot. And then, he just saw to his right, Sid kind of, pop off a shot anyways. And he's like, okay, never mind that. But then as the creature kind of comes down, he takes, he lines up a shot and lets go.
Gotcha. Yeah, and it's having a rifle rather than a pistol like Sid had makes it a bit more of an easy hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just hit it square in the chest. It takes a decent bit of damage. And there's just kind of a smoldering chunk taken out of its chest now. And it screeches again.
I think at the start of my next turn, like Eris, even without thinking, is automatically taking out another piece of ammunition and just tossing it into the rifle using the bonus action.
Gotcha.
But then he kind of sees all the trees behind him, all behind the creature, and then realizes what an opportune moment it is. So he just lets go of the rifle. Rifle drops it on the ground and stands to his full height and pulls out a scimitar. And it's a regular looking scimitar, well made. The only thing eye-catching about it is it has like a white piece of cloth attached to the back of it for some reason. And then Eris will kind of step out 5, 10, 15 feet for like a clear line of sight. Then, almost as people do on like practice grounds, he'll just, casually start swinging the scimitar in the air. And, the white streamer kind of flows behind it, giving it a more majestic look. And, if anyone is observing, people will just wonder, like, what's this guy even doing? But as he's swinging in the air, as the blade kind of goes across the wind, it leaves patterns in the air, like lines which zigzag with each other. And they begin to form like a pattern of sorts. And before you realize it, the pattern kind of emulates a web. And then with one final swing, he almost tosses the web he made in the air across, and it lands right next to the creature.
All right.
Okay, how do I...
Let's see. I presume you're going for. Yeah. That's weird. Did it not?
So the way I'm imagining it is, how tall is this creature?
It is roughly 5 feet tall.
Okay, is it like floating above Bram? Can I like
By
cast
a foot or
the...
two, yeah.
Okay, never mind then. Yeah, then where you posted sounds good.
Gotcha.
I was thinking of doing this as like something like this, but so that it's kind of above them. So because Bram is a
Right.
short creature, it just goes like 4 or 5 feet up in the air, and it catches like the creature.
Mechanically speaking, they're on the same plane vertically. As
Okay.
far as, like,
So then
squares and
I'll move it then.
stuff. Gotcha. All right, so it makes a dex save, which does succeed.
Are you able to move it to the side?
Yeah. So if so the way you can move a area of effect template like that is you switch from on the left, you switch from token controls to the measurement controls, and that should pop up an icon on the top left. That is like the icon that controls the whole thing. And then you can click that icon to drag it and move it around.
Okay, I'll mess with it, but it's fine where it is for now.
I gotcha. Yeah, and then you can hover over that icon and click delete to delete the whole thing. Yeah, it's a little weird because the measurement doesn't give you like a ruler to measure. All it does is measure areas of effect.
Once I'm done with that, I'll move back to my spot.
All right.
And I'll end my turn.
All right. So let me see if there's any other effects I need to worry about besides the save. Hopes are flammable. That doesn't matter right now. Action. Okay, yeah. So you throw the magical web at it, and it just uses its incredible strength to like immediately break free of it. And despite it being a bird and whatnot, it seems like it does possess some terrible strength. Sid, it is your turn.
So is this area like another tree, or is it just shrubbery?
That's just shrubbery. Pretty dense shrubbery. So
Does it look like it might break
difficult
my fall if I jump into it? Or will it do more damage to me?
terrain. It would break your fall, yes. But it doesn't look like it'd be pleasant to jump into either.
Oh, as if Sid cared. It's fun. um, if these branches are like nice and flexible, I kind of want to use one to catapult myself into the shrubbery.
Okay, acrobatics.
Okay.
It's at least a 20-foot jump.
I keep forgetting that you're a rogue.
So that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
From your height,
I love rogues. That's just like, there's a few things that I'm just not gonna fail at.
I mean, now I can. Later I won't.
10-foot fall would normally be 2d6 damage. Well, I'll just reduce it to a d6. Alright, so you take
Yikes.
5 bludgeoning
That's
damage.
a lot.
It is. It's a 20-foot fall, whether you've broken it with a shrub
Yeah.
or not, is quite a bit.
I mean,
And,
like the d6 roll was awfully high,
Yeah, it was. It was.
but that's
So
fine.
yeah, you land in the bush, and it was a lot less shrubby and more branchy, just as it appears in the art, than you expected. And the branchy parts of it scratch, and we'll say you even get like a horrible splinter, which is most of where that damage comes from.
Oh
But
no!
you
that's
managed to
good.
land safely. You managed to, even with that acrobatics check, you managed to land pretty much on your feet.
Oh, that's good.
So you're not prone, at the very least.
I will try to look cool. I'll do. I want to try and do a cool landing, but with that damage, I think it doesn't look as cool as I think it does. But as I do, I'll re-aim my pistol. Wait, was that an action or bonus action? Or just movement?
No, that's just gonna be just movement.
Alright, then yeah, reload, reshoot, fire again. Oh wait, the web. That's probably a good thing. Maybe. Oh, that's a tough call. Yeah, I'm gonna use fire for the extra damage because of the web.
Gotcha. All right, that is a
Nice.
solid shot. All right, yeah, you hit it quite squarely for good damage, and screeches once again and seems rather injured. And to add insult to injury, oh, did that not work? Oh, okay, hold on. I gotta try this out.
Oh, I forgot. It's it only ignites 5 feet of the web, I think, based on the
Oh, does it?
It-
Well,
any
Oh.
5-foot cube of webs exposed to fire burns away in 1 round.
oh yeah.
It implies it's only 5 foot at a time, which is very hard to visualize in 3D, especially.
that's a whole different web. Okay. Anyways, yeah, we'll just say the square it's in burns away and deals.
Additionally, would you say that it's would you say that it has an enemy within 5 feet of it?
Yeah, definitely.
So I get sneak attack on top of that.
Oh boy. It is that combination of things, the web catching fire,
Mhm.
the damage from the sneak attack,
It all came together.
all came together, and it seems severely injured. It screeches again, but this time it's more of just like a weak, desperate life on the brink kind of screech.
I'm just keeping my sights on it. Ready to shoot again if need be.
All right. End your turn if you wish.
Oh, right. I'm gonna forget that for a
good.
while.
I'm gonna. There'll be a lot of reminding early on, and the more we play,
Yeah.
the more it'll become natural. I can't end your turn for you because then you'll never learn.
Smart,
Yeah.
smart. Good point.
All right.
Which is weird. You think the DM would have primary control?
No, I mean I think you can end our turns, but
I can. Yeah.
it just
I
wouldn't be
can.
good in the long run because then you'd be doing it every turn for the rest of time.
Mhm. It's just easier on me instead of having to ask a million times. Or is your turn over? Are you done with your turn? Are you done with your turn?
No, I like it.
Yeah. I do have the ability to just end your turn if I want to, but I won't. All right.
Okay, so Airhis told me to just stay back and be safe in case anything happens, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. And so I guess I'll use my turn to hide behind the tree.
Dodge action or a hide action.
Yeah, just the hide action,
All right, roll a stealth check.
which is something sorcerers are famous for.
This thing is so injured and has so many other things concerning it that it's not even gonna. It'll be against its passive perception, which you do barely make it, just barely.
I hovered over it. I really like the message for its HP.
I am
Like,
denied.
literally one
Like
HP.
literally 1 HP.
So I'm
If you
hidden.
hover over the bird, it gives you an estimation of its HP, and this particular message is very good.
Also, like literally 1 HP in red is lower than like literally 1 HP in orange. I watched it change.
Well, that category is, I think, about 25% HP or less. So it's on high
So
HP
literally-
monsters. It's definitely not. But in this case, it is actually literally like 1 HP.
Okay.
So having hidden, I guess it's a bonus action. I'll just look for a stone on the ground, and I'll pick up a stone and just hold it in my hand and just press myself against the tree and kind of
It's a nice stone.
be safe.
It's nice and cool in your hand.
That's it.
All right. Rom.
So there was in his head, like, okay, he was gonna do a couple things, like definitely gonna try and relax and not relax, but like try and maybe like catch this bird. But it hit me hard, like real hard, and so he's gonna, and like now he's got blue behind him. This thing is screeching. I don't know where that web came from. Like all of a sudden, there's a massive sticky, sticky goo, and it's on fire. I don't know what's going on, but that seemed like a good idea. So what he's gonna do is he's gonna just reach behind him and flip out his axe. he's gonna and then he's gonna like do something weird where he bends down, drags part of like the back part of his axe against the ground, muttering some words as like vines, as like the vines and foliage start to like wrap around his arm and his axe, and he's actually gonna cast bonus action. I'm gonna cast Ensnaring Strike.
Ooh.
How do I post it? Doesn't matter.
Click on it.
I guess. Yeah, and then I guess afterwards he'll throw up his axe. He'll kind of like try and smack the big horned bird with his shield to distract it enough while he brings that axe swinging in an uppercut. And then
All right.
spell. So yeah, there. Okay, there we go. So that's 2 extra, and then. I'm looking for my attack roll. Let's see, it's
It'll be in your inventory. You just
inventory.
click
Yeah.
on the actual weapon itself.
Okay, there we go. Ah! Attack 12.
That just barely misses. It uses the very last vestiges of its strength to fly back with one powerful wing beat out of range of your swinging battle axe.
Alright. Yeah. So yeah, I think he's still staggering from that last blow, and he's trying to like get himself between Blue and this other thing. So yeah, those vines come up, but he doesn't make contact, so it doesn't. Nothing happens, but they stay on, and that's gonna be his turn.
All right. This buddy is going to not take an opportunity attack and fly back 30 feet and up 60 feet.
Awesome. As it moves here, it flies higher into more web, and as it enters the web, it must make another dexterity save.
All right. Oof. It does not do that. It actually flies up. Or it would fly away first. So it would fly like here. At no elevation. And become restrained. And after flying there and becoming restrained, it can't do anything. It'll take the dodge action, which essentially will just mitigate the advantage gained from being restrained. That's it. That's all it's got. Then, just so everyone knows, this little webbing right here is burned away, so you can move freely through it.
Alright, so I am going to move freely into that spot of burned out web because it is exactly 30 feet away from where I am now.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to draw my scimitar. It's apparently a very popular weapon, and try to hit it.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, I hit it effectively.
So
Ooh, first crit.
I was gonna have you. Well, all right, I'll play it out. So it makes a pleading cry at you as it sees you moving in for the kill, and for a moment there, somehow through its screeches, you feel like a pang of empathy and sadness, which you think would have made you stay your hand. I was going to make you roll a charisma save, but you once again take note that its shadow is that of a human, strangely enough, rather than appropriate for its silhouette. And that normally would have made you hesitate, but you push past that and instead strike true, and it dies. Describe how you murder this thing.
Just like a quick flip of the wrist and go for the decapitation.
All right, full decapitation. Scimitar cuts through its head like butter. Doesn't seem like it has. I guess it would have had a bird skeleton, which was very light and easy to cut through, and you cut through its spine just fine, and it is now dead and headless. And we shall end combat.
It's saying no active encounter.
Yep, we just
Correct.
ended combat. Iris will turn around to see Faith, but not spot her immediately with. I don't think my passive perception is high enough. So I'll call for Faith and start actively looking around.
You find her immediately, hiding behind the tree next to you.
I'm like right here, dude.
Sorry, I was just like, this is how I use my national 20. Yeah. I also just walk up, make sure you're okay.
Yep, I'm fine. Got nowhere
With,
near me.
Ares, you see Faith there, and you're checking on her, but your perception also, you feel an instinctual alertness once again. You feel as if things aren't quite over, and you're not sure what it is. Your instinct's just telling you there's something more.
I'll look around,
You see
like do like a quick scan.
You do a scan around, and you see flying very, very high, like we'll call it like at least 500 feet up. Another silhouette, very similar to the Periton you just fought. You see the antlers, you see the wings, you see the beak, all that stuff. Except it seems, if you're judging your perspective right, which you think you are because your perception is quite good, you think it's larger than the Periton, like perhaps 15 feet tall. Its wingspan is at least 30, 35, maybe even 40 feet.
Oh man, it's a big
Oh, shit.
bird.
Mama Periton.
It hovers up and does a few circles, and then you see it leave to the west.
Hey, look at me when I'm talking to you.
I think, Aris was saying something like, "Are you okay?" And then, like he instantly went quiet. He started looking around. and then he kind of looks up, and slowly you see his jaw drop. He kind of looks down quickly at the baby pirate in the slough, and then looks back up again. And as you say this, he kind of looks back, and he'll just kind of raise a hand pointing to where the mama pirate is flying off.
I look in that direction. I assume I see it as well now that it's pointed out to me.
Yeah, the details of the silhouette are probably not as clear, but you definitely see large bird that for how high it is, it's so large that even though it's way up high, you get a sense for the perspective and that it's a very large creature. And yeah, you just see it fly away beyond the tree line.
Oh. That's why some people were saying that it's bigger. There were just 2 of them. Maybe more.
I did see Sid scamper up this tree like a monkey, and I think even last session they did this, right?
Sid,
Yep.
do the climbing? Yeah, Sid's done some
Yeah.
climbing.
I'm gonna call out Sid.
It will peek out of the shrub
Don't be
with like a
ra-
like a
don't be
splinter
racist.
stuck in their face.
Don't be racist, Arcan, or Art. Don't be racist, Ares. It's not. He doesn't climb like a monkey. He climbs like a lizard.
That's
I
true.
think-
I didn't do the second story climbing thing. I don't envision it as part of being a rogue. I envision it as because he's a gecko. He's literally a gecko.
So I don't think in game though Bram can hear Eris's thoughts, so Eris will call out Sid.
Yeah, and Sid will peek out of the shrubbery. Yeah. That was easy, right?
No, come here quick. Can
Okay.
you climb
Sid
this
is
tree? Just
approaching.
look.
I will climb the tree again. I don't know what
Um,
why I'm doing it, but I'm still doing
I'm
it.
pointing out the direction of the mama parrot. Can you see
Okay.
it?
Can I see it?
Roll perception. It's been flying away now. It's it's definitely not as easy to spot. Okay, you do see it. You do see the silhouette. It's from the angle you're at with it flying away. It's again hard for you to make out very specific features on it, but you can see a large bird figure off in the distance flying westward.
Oh man, we're not done. I really thought that would just be it.
You watch it fly for a while before it seems to dip down below the tree coverage. As if landing, you think. You estimate that that's about 10 miles away.
Do I think I can navigate my way there just from seeing it from this tree?
Roll me a survival to do your best to internalize your cardinal
Oof.
direction and okay. You do your best. You understand that it's westward. You understand that it's about 10 miles. It's, slightly off exactly westward, and it's hard for you to get a... It's
Yeah.
slightly north as well, but it's hard for you to internalize the exact cardinal direction of that.
And I
You're
assume
not
there's
even
no
sure that 10's
distinct
exact
landmarks.
Yeah, you try to find distinct landmarks, but from your angle, this isn't the highest tree.
Mhm.
From your angle, it's just a lot of trees, and it's hard for you to really... You think it's probably going to take some searching, but you have enough to go off of that you could probably find it within a day of searching in the area.
Yeah. Oh
Good
well,
try.
I'll climb back
No
down.
point.
I won't ground myself, but I'll take a low branch so I can report back to Eris.
Actually, never mind.
Did you see it land or perch on a tree?
I saw it descend. I didn't see it land. It was pretty far away, but I saw it dip beneath the tree line.
Okay.
So do we
Right.
follow? Do we?
We've got to follow it eventually. I just don't know if we do it now.
Should we?
Alice will wave
check
over
on
the rest
that?
of the party. So... Go on, Faye.
Should we check on Bram? He was pretty hurt.
I'm okay.
Good
No,
idea.
no, I'm good. I think Bram will just take a step over to the tree, kind of lean up against it for a second, and I think it like reach into his pocket. I'll be okay. And then I don't know where it hit me exactly, like the arm or something, like in between the grooves of the chain shirt that he wears. But he'll literally like bend down, take some dirt and like into his pocket, a little bit of alcohol, kind of rub it in there. And as he does so, like maybe like a bit of herb that he chews on for a second. It's a very naturalistic healing kind of situation. As he does, like his hands glow slightly as I used lay on hands to heal myself back up.
Are you sure you should be rubbing it like this? That looks painful.
I don't know. It's good. And then like I stand back up, stretch, looking much better. Like big, the normal smile on his face. Like, no, I'm golden.
Sid, meanwhile, just braces himself before wrenching a splinter out of his arm.
Ouch.
So, are you sure it's dead? Oh,
Well,
its head is missing. Right.
Yeah. That's a good swing. Shame we couldn't capture it, but
By the way, Sid, I think you added 5 hit points rather than lost 5 hit points. Unless you had 10 somehow.
Oh, I accidentally reduced my max instead of my.
why are you okay?
I got them the wrong way around.
Yeah.
All right, baby's being very fussy. I think she needs a nap. I'm gonna give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So, Blue, where did you come from?
Where'd you come from?
How are you here suddenly?
Well, like, I don't know, a few minutes ago, I kind of just woke up in a bag, and when I left said bag, it turned out it was Bram's backpack. So what exactly is going on?
What did you drink again?
I don't know. Something?
I gotta try that.
Okay. So a lot happened. You apparently got hammered and had been living in my backpack for a day or two. Which I don't mind. I would have appreciated if you'd asked. But
You
I
didn't
don't
open
remember
your
getting
backpack?
in your backpack.
yeah.
Didn't Zax say she left with some other people?
Ah,
That's a
Sax
bit
isn't the most
mistaken.
reliable person when it comes to memory.
Apparently. Well, we came out. So, well, we were miles away from where we were, and we were hunting this. And I'll point to the decapitated creature. But there's another one, but bigger, which we still need to track down. I guess. And we think it might be a transformed jealous wife, potentially. Maybe not.
If you said that there was a bigger one, does that mean that this one is not the jealous wife, and that the other one might be the jealous wife?
There's also a mistress, so this could be one, and then the big one could be the other, or maybe that's completely unrelated. We don't know.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain that this one was a shapeshifter.
Has it retained
Has
its
it
form?
changed at all? Yeah.
In death, its form is the same. Its shadow no longer looks humanoid. Its shadow seems appropriate now for the creature that it is.
Is this creature like a beast or a monstrosity or something else?
Nature check. You judge that by its properties, it's definitely not a beast. It's got too much magical mumbo jumbo, the weirdness with the humanoid shadow and the questionable origins. It's not a beast. It's not something natural. You don't think it quite qualifies as an aberration either. Not enough weirdness for aberration. Definitely not a construct either. Your best gauge is that it's probably a monstrosity.
And there was some, as per you, magical mumbo jumbo about it.
Sorry, was that a question at me?
Mm-hmm.
What was the question one more time?
There was, or there still is some magical mumbo jumbo about it.
Nothing especially obvious at the moment.
Okay.
You know, something like detect magic might help confirm that more, but you don't see any glowing or any signs of magic on it at the moment.
I was literally about to ask if I could see anything with my magic vision because I play a warlock who can do that in the other game. I forgot.
All right. I will cast the detect magic as a ritual.
Okay. It takes you a moment to get the ritual set up. But once you do, yeah, you don't see any magic on the Perryton's body or anywhere else within 30 feet, other than just what might whatever magic people might be wielding. Like I think Brahm's weapon is still enchanted with the ensnaring strike, so you would see it glowing with that. And if anybody has other magical items on them, you would see the glows of that, but nothing out of the ordinary.
It takes 10 minutes to cast a ritual, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, like, for 10 minutes, he's just standing around. Then I think 10 minutes, I think Ensnaring Strike would wear off.
Yeah,
but that's
we're
not
up by then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but that's not super important. What he would do is during that 10 minutes, I think he's gonna bend while Eris is concentrating on his magic, unaware of what he's got going on. Braum would like kneel down in front of the Peregrine, putting his axe and shield back behind him. And just like look over to them. He's like, so this wasn't just a monster, was it? This was like this used to be a person.
think so.
It's a working theory.
No.
That's fucked up.
Incredibly. I
I'm
think
still
he'll take-
keeping my distance, by the way, just not approaching it yet.
I think he'll take the head of the peregrine and like put it down next to its body and kind of kneel down next to it, put his hand on the dead creature's shoulder and just start not being like overtly about it, like in case it makes other people uncomfortable, but he wants to just close his eyes and start saying a couple prayers.
All right.
Sorry for the pain. Sorry for what you've had to go through. Things like that. And I think he'll wrap up around the time Eris's ritual is over.
So I think as this conversation was going on, I didn't interrupt to say anything because, focusing on the ritual. But, as the ritual finishes and I see there's no magic upon it, does that make sense to me? Because if this was like a humanoid transformed into this creature, it either should have reverted back when it died, or the body should have been still magical. So what I was thinking that this was just a natural thing, like a natural monstrosity, but still natural, not transformed. Is there some sort of check I can make, or do you think that's fine to assume?
That is fine to assume. There's a few possibilities. There's exactly what you said, where this is like just a natural monstrosity. You do think that some spells don't, or some magical effects won't always like leave a lingering magic after they've completed their thing. Like a temporary polymorph would be noticeable by magic, but like a 9th level true polymorph, once it happens, would not be detectable by magic. It would just, some magic is so powerful and completes a transformation so strongly that it's not discernible that there was any magic involved once it's completed. It's just like a perfect transformation. So you think that's a possibility too. And yeah, beyond that, you also think that sometimes after death of a creature or something like that, maybe that also has led like the magic that was once there to kind of dissipate, but you're not as sure about that. There's a few possibilities.
Can I look at Bram and see whether the wound that the creature left is anywhere near his heart?
Wound's gone.
Well, there's still like a blood stain, I assume.
Some torn clothing. Yeah, it's the attack is like vaguely, let's say it was a gore attack, wasn't it, that hit? Or was it?
Yeah, it was the gore that hit.
Yeah. So yeah, that would be around the chest area, where the clothing's tattered and where there's some leftover dried blood.
So that tracks.
Arasa's just kind of pondering over this. He'll say out loud that I don't think this was a transformation. I think multiple monstrosities exist in the world, and this was just one of them.
So you think that it was entirely unrelated to the whole jealous wife thing?
I mean, I'm sure either this or its mother has been responsible for the death. Perhaps killed the wife and mistress as well, and we haven't found the bodies, but I don't think the transformation, or I don't think this used to be either the wife or the mistress or some humanoid.
What do we do?
How do you explain that shadow then? Its
Oh, you
shadow
told
looked
me
like a
to?
human woman. This thing's shadow looked like a human woman. Or an
I
elven
knew
woman.
it. I knew I saw that.
Yeah,
Now
it
that
looked like
we have, like, the creature ahead of us properly, do we know more about what it is? I know we got some broken information earlier, but that was because of hearsay. Now that, I'm looking at it, can I tell more about it?
Um, well, you definitely learned its features just through fighting it. The fact that it kind of dive bombs for extra damage. It doesn't. It's very quick enough to avoid opportunity attacks when flying away. Multi-attack, all that good stuff.
I think what he was asking more about was like the lore behind with whatever this thing
Yeah.
is.
No, beyond that, that still is. This thing does not appear to be a common enough thing that it would. That knowing what it is brings any immediate lore to mind. You imagined if you were in the library of Meridian and you had some time, you could probably find something somewhere that might say something about this, just because you have all the details now. But without those resources on hand, no, there's not any common lore. And you guys have already made checks, and if you had personally known about this thing, you would have known more about it by now.
Okay. Fair. Should we just rest here for a bit, and then we'll see if we can make our way to the big one?
Yeah, I say we track the other one down, but after we get our bearings.
I'm good to go.
What do you want to do with the body?
We should probably keep it. It's probably worth something, right? If not, I could always make a really nice quill.
Seems a
You
little
want to
bit-
lug it around?
I'm saying, do we just leave it here while we have snacks?
I mean, we can have snacks 100 feet in any direction.
It just seems wrong.
It does seem wrong. Maybe we should bury it or something.
Because?
Well, because of what I said, it just seems wrong. Right?
Why?
You just suggested making a quill out of it, and now you think it's wrong.
No, just leaving it is wrong. Using its parts for like stuff is fine.
Why is just leaving it wrong? It's a monstrosity.
It's still like, didn't it used to be human? I don't know.
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you don't know?
98% don't think so.
So you don't know. Then we treat it with respect as the tragedy that it is until we know for certain.
If you're expecting him to say that he doesn't know anything or about something, I mean, you have to wait. Not happening anytime soon. Just saying.
Listen, if you and yeah, just I don't think he'll just shake his head and just stand up. Bram's a pretty sturdy dude. Is it possible to drag the body? Like you said, this was like swampy water over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it possible, like, to drag the body, like over here?
And just throw it in the swamp.
So the
Yeah,
better
and then-
alternative than leaving it here where, some creatures can eat it and, let the flow of nature go is to toss it in a swamp. That's more respectful.
And then, without even answering or talking back, this is a bit of a stretch, but I want to cast Channel Divinity, which I have one that's called. I have one that's like a vine, like a vine wrap up thing, similar to Ensnaring Strike.
Nature's Wrath.
Yeah, that's the one. I would like to instead of doing that as like an attack, I would like to try and do it where like the swamp comes up, kind of bubbles up, the roots kind of wrap around the creature, and just kind of pull it down into the swamp slowly, so they can like decompose down there.
Sure. Yeah. The creature is very light. It's lightweight as a bird would be, and yeah, if you want to use your Channel Divinity for that, but you can definitely have that kind of thing happen. Roots and vines just kind of wrap around the creature and pull it under, and reclaim it to the earth. But
Nodding his head. He'll
yeah.
nods his head, rubs some water, takes some water out of his canteen, cleans his hands off, and
Alright.
Goes over to his tree and just relaxes.
Creature is gone in that case, unless somebody does something to interrupt what Brahm is doing.
Rom, do this to both parts of the creature?
I think it took him long
The
enough.
camera pans back and the head is still there.
Can I'll ask Bram to get a couple of feathers for me because I don't want to do it myself.
I don't see a problem with that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't see why he wouldn't comply.
Yeah, there's some pretty large feathers on the thing. It's I don't know bird anatomy enough, but
Nathan does.
Plumage.
I also don't know what you're trying to refer to.
I know there's certain type of feathers that are like much more important for a bird's like balance and control in the air. But I don't know. There's some large feathers. Some of them would be like rather, you imagine, rather valuable.
What's the name of the creature again?
Perryton. There's the full picture.
Perryton.
Of course, you guys wouldn't really, know it by that name. I guess you'd kind of call it an envy spawn, more than likely.
Okay, I'll add Perryton feathers to my inventory.
All right. So, is the plan then to take a short rest before heading to the west? to try to find the other larger Perryton that was seen flying away?
I would like a short rest.
All right, cool.
I don't like half of my HP to myself.
So I might be just like reiterating stuff you guys already know, but on your character sheets there are buttons for short and long rest. They'll automatically refill things that are appropriate. They are where the hit dice are, S rest and L rest, just below the hit dice. So you hit S rest, it'll ask you how many hit dice you want to use, and anything that naturally recovers on a short rest should naturally be recovered.
Cool.
That is an amazing feature.
Nice.
And when you roll hit dice, it should automatically add that to your health again.
Oh yeah, so it did. Wow, that's good.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not taking a short rest since I don't need it. So instead, while everyone's resting, I'll take out my flute and just play it a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
It's like a nice calm melody from my home lands.
Very nice.
And not a bard, so you don't get an additional d6 because of that, but
It's the thought that counts.
All right.
But you do get an additional D8 if you expend a hit die.
at the cost of hit die, yeah. Totally because of me.
I'm saying you get Tons. You get an additional D8 because while we're resting, I'll shake up some fruity tea and start passing it around to anybody that wants it.
Oh, speaking of which, I will also pass around the cigarette if anyone wants it.
I don't think Sid would partake in that. Like mechanically, I don't need the 1d8 as well, but I think Sid wants tea. Nice roll.
No, cool.
When you
I
take
mean,
out
it
that
is-
cigarette, is it familiar? Is it what Leafbeard gave you?
It is. I don't know what that is. I just know that it's some sort of herbs. So I don't know what it will do, if anything, but I'll just roll it up and light it up and see.
Okay.
Hmm.
We're gonna say it will give you
Disadvantage on intelligence.
yeah, we'll go -2 to intelligence checks and +2 to wisdom checks.
Hey.
That's perfect.
For the next hour.
I will make an effect for it.
And you feel pretty yeah, you just feel relaxed.
You're like one
Feel
with the
that.
trees.
Yeah. You look around and this kind of swamp that just seemed like an awful version of the forests of your homeland. Suddenly you see like seems kind of nice actually. There's almost a little bit of beauty in the decay of things.
I'll
So how's everyone feeling?
I'm feeling in tip-top shape now. I'm feeling way better.
Really chill.
I was fine to start with.
How about emotional? You guys doing all right? I mean, that was a pretty intense battle. I mean, not,
Yeah, that was fine. I didn't get too attached.
I mean, I know it was a monstrosity and like killing things, and it had to be put down. But Just want to make sure you guys are okay.
Part of the job.
So you guys are pretty good in a fight, aren't you?
But did you
I think I missed it. I think you guys did most of the work there, but
doubt
mean,
when
you
I told you so?
I kind of did, yeah.
Well, I'll thank you not to do that again.
I guess.
no.
I guess it's good to know. Since we're going to be fighting that bigger thing, how much worse can it be, right?
I mean, almost definitely worse, but
Probably
nothing we
worse,
can't
yeah.
handle, right?
Good practice run?
Hmm?
It was a good practice run?
Exactly.
I will pass the cigarette to the person on my left, whoever that is.
That would be.
By the way,
Probably
by the way,
Oris.
Ben, I'm sorry. I was trying to like move the map around so I could see everybody's tokens, and I accidentally made a bunch of stuff
bunch
over
of
here.
stuff. I see that.
You made a Fibonacci thing.
There we go. Right click. So this big. So that was an okay plan, but and I'm still pretty sturdy, but I don't think I can handle taking a blow from something bigger. Do we want to come up with another plan to get the other one?
We probably should, but I don't have any ideas off the top of my head.
How much bigger
Speaking-
was it?
About 3 times.
Like really big, man.
Maybe we should try somehow trapping it from a distance.
I
Like with
think we
that
can.
web spell.
I think we can do the same plan, but this time I just cast the web above him. Or above Bram.
Trying to jam it right in the center of that web so it can't get out easily.
So, like, put someone in between a couple trees, and then when it dives down to attack, the web will be, like, in the top of the trees so it stops above?
Ooh. We could use the web as cover.
No, because otherwise it'll just fly to someone else and dive at them.
You can all fit under the web, though. All of us can.
It was a big web.
But will it attack all of us? That one thing only seemed to want to attack one creature at a time.
I think
As long as
if-
we're all under the web, then we can all be, like, out of its grasp.
and then it just flies away another 10
Oh.
miles.
Good point.
So
I mean, it didn't like fire. Whoever throws fire at it would kind of become the probably target.
Also true. Another good point.
I mean, I don't know too many things that do like fire.
here's an idea. We tie a rope to Bram, and then when it comes to like gouge you, you just grab onto it instead, and then it won't be able to fly away because you're tied to a rope.
And what's to stop it from gouging?
That's a different issue entirely. Problem at the time.
I'm not sure if you're in a state to strategize right now.
What do you mean?
think
Never
the
mind. Never
web,
mind.
web will work as long as we don't, burn it away.
Yeah, and I'll not use the fire in this case.
How many hours has it been since we left the town in the morning?
Um, let me think here.
Like 2?
I think closer to 3 after that short rest.
Oh yeah, 3 with
Yeah.
a short rest.
So I think we can easily do another 10 miles. So yeah, we should go on.
Down to march on.
All right, searching for the lair.
Mhm.
All right.
Just before we go, actually, as everyone starts going, Faith will kind of linger behind just a little bit, and where we drop that thing into the water, careful that no one else sees it. She'll use shape water to kind of turn the water opaque, so that no one can see the creature, the body of the creature submerged in it.
Okay. Yeah, you make them. The water's already kind of muddy and misty, but you make him even more so to the point where the creature is entirely unseeable in that little pond.
That will only last for the next hour, but still.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Oh, and this was I think we kind of glossed over it, but was the head buried, so to speak, with the monster, or left separate?
Unless someone specifically told him not to, I think he would place it with the body as well.
The only thing Dosen Sengel will say is, like, if we drop the head into the pond too, we don't have any proof that it's dead.
Mm.
I have feathers.
Birds drop feathers. Rarely.
Brom
do they
does
drop
have a lot of
heads.
empty space in his backpack now.
I mean, if we, okay, I'm not opposed to bringing back the head as proof, but don't really want to get bloody bird carcass all over my stuff. Plus, if we take the head of the big one, if we bring back the big, we still have to deal with the big one, right?
Yes.
I'm just imagining a different timeline where I didn't roll that perception check. No one spotted that big one. We kill this one, we take the head back, we turn the quest in, get our goal, and we move on with our lives.
And people keep dying, and they begin to question whether you did anything at all, and you have to give the gold back.
Oh, that
I'm
sounds
going
fun.
to carry the head.
Okay. I'll take out. I'm sure I've got like a spare undershirt or something, or some rags or sack or something on me, and I'll, as respectfully as possible, wrap the head up. Antlers still sticking out, most likely, and put it in my bag for now.
Gotcha. All right, you got a pair of antlers sticking out of your bag. All right. Whoever wants to take the lead on finding the lair can roll survival, and if somebody wants to assist, they can.
Sid almost always wants to take the lead, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea. But if no one else insists, then Sid will.
Um, I'll try and track it, like depending on.
All right.
I bet it's pretty hard to actually track a a flying creature, but
Yeah.
judging by
It's,
like the airs.
It's not tracking, it's essentially we're going in the direction where Sid saw it land.
And then searching
Gotcha.
the area to try to find a layer. And the survival is mostly trying to analyze the information you have to get there, and then also looking at the landscape and trying to figure out where the layer is more likely to be. And then also partially baked into that is whether or not you guys get there semi-stealthily or just accidentally walk upon it.
Gotcha. Well, if Sid seems to know what they're doing, I don't. I think Brim. I don't know.
Listen,
It's not good at this. He just
We
appears
haven't
to
learned
be.
that Sid doesn't know what he's doing.
Oh no.
I did
Persuasion?
persuasion instead of survival. My bad. I'll roll. No.
well, okay. Goodness. All right. Just gonna gather you guys so I can move you with a Control C, Control V.
So we're in the same formation. Is that my understanding? Like 55 feet back?
Are you guys doing the whole bait thing again?
Are we?
It's probably not this time because we don't want to get attacked first. Or maybe if we're readier this time and we can strike with a web before the attack happens.
Also, if it's a hunting bird, it's seen us all together.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It, and if it's an intelligent creature that's not just a bird, then that's even more relevant.
This is unrelated, but I do want to bring it up. While we're hanging out, I'm mixing up that fruit tea. I think I'm gonna take a like a pierogi out of my backpack and like just chew on some snacks. Offer up anybody if anybody else wants one.
Oh yeah, please.
Sid would be delighted.
And do you
Yeah,
have any
I'll
more of
accept
that?
snacks.
Any more of that tea? Because my mouth's really dry.
Totally. Yeah, I'll hand over snacks and stuff. To anybody that wants it, but only. I'm trying to think how many. I'm trying to remember how many of these I can actually make.
Does that do anything, or is it just snacks?
Oh yeah. So no. Some of them are just snacks, but who's all taking them?
I am.
Okay, Faith.
I will be.
I am.
All right.
Both
Well
the
then,
teas.
I think.
How does it? How is the reaction of people tasting it?
Hopefully
Oh
good.
man, that's good.
Okay. In that case, I'll say Faith.
I will partake then.
Okay. In that case, I'll say Faith and Sid will gain 2 extra temporary hit points.
Eat.
How many?
Dose.
Right.
Everyone else, they're just pleasant snacks.
Well, good. It's been about 3 hours since, or more than 3 hours since our breakfast, so it's a nice lunch.
I always forget to right click and I always spin my token around.
Oh man, that stuff's really good. What's in it?
Potatoes mostly.
No way. Really?
Mhm. Potatoes, some chives, a couple wild onions.
Oh, well, it's good.
Thank you.
Just what I
Glad you-
felt like.
I am glad that you are in my party.
I'm glad you guys are in my party too. By the way, Gonzo, that was quite a sword strike you had there.
Thank you.
I noticed you used a scimitar. That's like a cavalry sword, right?
My people are horsemen.
Makes sense. There's I saw you had one of those too. You an equestrian kind of fella?
I just prefer something more elegant, if you will, as opposed to the stabbing things like a rapier.
Never seen you fight before. Not like this.
Perhaps
I
you won't
didn't.
need to.
I thought you went to the university to like learn about, I don't know, history of magic and stuff. Didn't expect you to be able to. You did this protective thing on me and then the web, and then you had a freaking gun.
Well, I
Curious.
was there for over 30 years. Plenty of time to learn plenty of things.
Oh, just didn't realize that was your focus. Good to know. Could come in handy.
Blue, I didn't know you were a spellcaster too. That was a good
Magic
shout.
has. Yeah, it's come in handy.
I think this is great. I think we're coming together as a cohesive unit.
Mm. That
No,
wines on the axe was pretty awesome as well.
Thanks. Wish I'd actually hit with it, but
Yeah, maybe next time.
there you go.
I could try to do some magic, maybe. If we ever need it.
Sure.
Kind of looking at Airhis, but addressing everyone.
I mean, I'm not too familiar with what bards can do, but I've heard tales, I've heard stories and rumors that pretty proficient spellcasters. If you
Yeah, I'm still learning, but I can do some stuff.
I think we're all
Yeah, I
learning.
mean, we all know bards can cast spells and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I know I said Sid would be eager to lead, but I think during this conversation, Sid would like actively fall behind a bit and separate a bit from the conversation.
Oh, because he can't use magic. Oh.
I noticed that. I think I would notice that.
I mean, yeah, he's exactly trying to hide it. It's not even a conscious decision he's making. He's just sort of like, stumbling. Not stumbling. There's a word for it, and I'm just losing it. Meandering. Yeah.
I think I'll hang back and wait for him to catch up. Hey, what's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Why would something be wrong?
I don't know. You just isolated yourselves. I don't know.
Oh, I guess I was just thinking and I slowed down. It happens.
Are you not able to think while you're walking?
I just, slowed down. I lost my pace.
Fair enough. I don't know. You just seem down, but I don't know you well enough to be a good judge of that. So maybe
We're on an adventure. What's there to be down about?
right. I have some more of the thing that Leafbeard gave me if you want it.
Oh, no, that's not for me.
Just a little bit left.
No, thank you.
Oh, your call. And I'll just kind of finish it and extinguish it and just drop it.
It's like out of character. It's so sad because that's like very good for min-maxing this character, but I can't justify it in character.
If you want me to, I could peer pressure you.
That's right.
All right. So after some traveling, 10 miles isn't too terribly much. It's a few more, about 3 more hours of travel. So we're getting into afternoon by now. You guys happen to, I mean, Braum basically like leads you straight to here. You find a game trail and you just kind of, something tells you to follow it, and you just follow it all the way up to here, and you can see some evidence of fresh remains. This looks like an animal skeleton, but we're gonna say it's a human skeleton. This one's picked clean, nearly. But it looks like the chest is where most of the damage has been done. And over here you can see an entrance to a small, calling it a cave is probably not appropriate. It's more just like a small shelter in the side of that in the side of the ground in the earth. No sign of the creature you saw flying away, though. And you do with that crit, I'll say that you're about as stealthy as you could have found, as you can be right now, without outright making a stealth check. You feel like
how sure are we that
noticed.
how sure are we that we're in the right place?
It's in the right area. It looks like the perfect spot for a lair of some kind. The only way you can be more sure is by looking in here and seeing if there's more evidence. And of course, there's the carcass of a person with their chest ripped open and a lot of damage around their chest area. You imagine if you looked in their chest cavity, there probably isn't a heart anymore. So you're pretty sure you're in the right spot.
I missed the description of that chest
Okay.
being open.
Okay.
Would they be able to tell if it's the remains of an elf?
The body is so mangled that it's a little bit difficult to tell. If you walked right up to it and got a closer look, you might be able to get a better idea.
I'll wait for the others to go forward and then I'll do that.
Yeah, I think we're all approaching in a tight huddle.
As we kind of got sight of this, Aros will say, just hang on. Give me some time to prepare a few things.
Yeah, no questions here. That sounds like a good idea. Would like to be more prepared this time.
Um, Aros is gonna start like moving back like another 20 feet, so we completely leave like the visibility zone of this area. And he's gonna sit down cross-legged, like take off his backpack, cast it to the side. He's gonna start pulling out mirrors, like steel mirrors from the backpack. He's gonna reach up and pull his tunic over his head. And as he does, I kind of went through this description vaguely at the session 0, but like his body is completely covered and like tattoos with like pentagon shapes, runes, patterns, and he's gonna hold up like a mirror and using the mirror to kind of guide himself with the tattoos on his body. He's gonna start tracing runes and begin, one hand tracing the runes and the other one holding the mirror, speaking some words of magic in a low tone, and we'll cast some spells.
I would like to simply load my gun in advance.
I tell what he's casting.
I think Faith will be awfully familiar with it. Like, at least part of what he's doing is something he probably does, like, before studies.
Okay, so it's like a preparation thing.
Mhm.
It's good enough.
Right? It takes about 20 minutes or so. If anyone wants to do anything.
I doubt it'll take that long to load my gun.
So, what's the plan? Are we just running in, guns blazing?
Maybe we should get the drop on it. We should like sneak in.
Good idea. Also, if it's in a cave, it cannot fly away, right?
What I'm worried about is a secondary entrance or escape.
Oh man, what if there are more of those birds inside?
Yeah. Hey, Blue.
Yep.
I hate to ask this because it's kind of risky, but why don't you sneak it or try and sneak ahead of us like 15 or so feet and just scout in it while we go in the cave, and we'll try and be as quiet as possible. We'll get the lay of the land. You come back, relay the information to us, and then we'll come up with a better plan from there.
Yeah, I'm up for that.
Do you want to go alone?
It's not too far ahead of you all, so I think I should be okay. Maybe if Sid wants to come, he can join me. He seems like he's pretty good at moving quickly to, you were climbing that tree. It was awesome.
Fairly agile, but surely a scouting mission is going to be more successful with just one person.
I could come with you.
In the event
what
the
now?
scouting does not go well, will you be okay?
I'll be ready to rush in if maybe we need a signal.
Help, help.
That's a good signal.
All right, I'll hang back.
I think 15 feet doesn't make a difference. I think we go in a pack. A cave is good. It's tight knit.
Mm-hmm.
But
When we get to a certain point, I can always dash ahead if we need to. Or want to.
and tight spaces, the magic I did earlier will come in quite use. I think we just
Let's just shuffle
Go on.
forwards carefully. As like quietly as we can as a group, I guess.
Before we do that, I have something that will help.
Mm-hmm.
And I will start petitioning the spirits for Pass Without a Trace.
Nice. What are you doing?
We'll be quieter now. Harder to see.
Oh man, I didn't know magic could do this. How do you do that?
Just practice.
Remind me to ask you more about this later.
Sure.
even the RF character, I know what spell this is. Like, where Arcana check help in knowing in character?
Yeah. You've probably, you don't know the spell, so of course you don't in detail know the spell, but, you might have, known of peers who have done a similar effect before. So you have a basic understanding of what the spell is and what it achieves.
I think about 15 minutes in, I'll start bugging Ares and be like, "Are you done yet?"
Are you? What does it look like when you cast that Pass Without Trace?
He pulls out a small totem and just kind of like chants quietly to it. And then afterwards just throws his hands in a wide circle over his head, and we all become a little quieter, a little harder to see.
And I step on the ground, stomp with my foot a few times, just to...
You see, like, there's no change in Eros. Like, still, like, uttering small words, tracing, like, the patterns on his skin with one hand, holding the mirror with his other. There's no physical change, except you see, like, a small nerve throb in his forehead.
I'm sorry, he's always like this. I'll say to the others.
Like what? I've no idea what you mean.
You know, just when he's focused on one thing, he is not very perceptive to anything else or anyone else.
I suppose that amount of focus is what lends itself to such advanced casting.
Right. Sure, I guess. But it's annoying.
To each their own, I suppose.
It's not a problem. Everyone has their own way of doing things.
Alright, so after some time, Eris's ritual is complete. You have Detect Magic active, you have Comprehend Languages active. How long does that last?
Awesome.
An hour? Cool, yeah.
I'll
You
stand
guys are
up,
good to go.
take a deep breath, and say, "Shall we?"
Let's go.
It gets up fast. It looks eager.
So the
About
plan.
time.
So remind me, like, so the plan is, we go in as quietly as we can. We have Blue go about 30, 40 paces in front of us. Then report back.
You'd have to stay close if Blue wants to benefit from Pass Without Trace. Just FYI.
What's the range from that?
30 feet, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, 30.
that should be bad.
We can get up to the entrance, and then Blue walks in alone.
Alright. Feel free to move yourselves.
Do you want some stealth checks?
For now, well, yeah, let's get a whole round of stealths.
Okay.
Okay.
I know this gives you advantage, but it only gives me. Actually, no, it doesn't give advantage. It gives plus 10.
Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Yikes!
Good thing we have that plus 10, huh?
Good spell.
Yep.
Good spell. Club spell.
Roll that twice. All right, mine's a 6. So 16.
So our worst is a 15.
Whew.
Pretty good.
Wow.
Yeesh.
Yeah, I'm really glad I cast that.
A rogue rolled a 2.
So, like,
Well,
One of the two rogues, yeah.
one of the two rogues, yeah.
I'm barely a rogue.
Yikes.
I'm surprised you didn't go Artificer.
I almost did, honestly.
Alright. Some bad
But I
stealth,
specifically
but
didn't want
luckily
spells.
Pass Without Trace is going on.
I like to imagine Bram
Alright,
in
so
like
let's
that
see.
chain shirt, just like
You guys all move up there.
just clank clank, like his heavy boot steps. This sturdy guy as he like takes out his axe. And
Let's do this this
it's
way.
like outside the bubble. It's just kind of it's a little bit more muffled.
As we get to here, can I inspect the corpse body?
Yeah.
Just kind of from distance.
What's that?
That's gonna. That's. I'm trying to make how should that trace look less.
I mean, it's very hard to see us.
Yeah. Let me turn down the intensity on things.
I mean, it's really cool.
It is.
You cannot see us in our glowing ball of stealth.
All right, that's a decent middle ground. All right. Roll a medicine check to inspect the body.
Nope.
Yeah, it's so mangled. The most obvious indicator, the ears are destroyed beyond recognition of whether they were long and pointed, and the rest of the body. I mean, the body's slender, but I mean, humans and any other race can also be slender. It's definitely not a small race. It is medium sized, but beyond that, hard to tell. As you guys get near, you see that this isn't really so much a cave as it is. I think the proper word is alcove. It's an alcove, and inside this little alcove wasn't viewable from far, but as you guys get close, and especially those of you with some dark vision, you can see a little nest with an egg.
No big birds inside.
No, you don't even think you think that the little alcove could barely fit a creature the size that you're thinking of, but currently there's none in there.
Oh wow! So we see an egg. I think Ram's just gonna sigh like, "Oof, that complicates things."
Because
Oh, it's a mother. I mean, it's killing people, yeah, but it's just trying to feed its child. Oh man, did we just murder her child?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with defending yourself or hunting something that's hunting you. If it wanted not to get killed, it should have attacked deer or frogs or something. It shouldn't have come after sentient creatures. And it's like it's not even just attacking sentient creatures because of necessity. It's specifically targeting them. Like it's got a taste for human, or it's got a taste for not humans. It's got a taste for people in general.
Elves.
But but we don't necessarily know that the egg would. But I think that does. I think the inclusion of the egg kind of disregards that whole transformed theory we were working with. And I think Eris was right. It is just a monster.
no. I just think the small one was a monster. The big one could still be a transform thing. And transform things can't lay eggs.
I'll defer to your schooling on that. I don't know. Like that whole transformed thing, like the idea of something transforming is sort of alien to me.
Aris will.
Sorry, go ahead.
turn around and kind of, go down on his haunches. Kind of look at the remaining carcass of whatever this creature was. Kind of examining the structure of the bones, how thin they are, perhaps, picking one up with like some twigs, kind of getting a feel of the weight, kind of understand the bone density. Can I, investigate to figure out, if this was a elf, half elf, human?
Medicine
I
check.
assume it's obvious to see if there's a heart missing or not.
The heart is missing. That is pretty obvious, requiring no check. But for the rest, medicine check. Okay. You do indeed think that this was an elf at some point. Although most of the ear is mutilated, the shape of the base of the ear indicates that it would have kind of transitioned into the typical pointed elf ear. And yeah, the bone structure seems consistent with what you understand of elven anatomy.
Oh man, is it Leafbeard?
How old is this corpse?
It looks pretty fresh. The
Like
blood
a day
is
fresh?
possibly, yeah, a day or less, you think?
I was gonna size and say that might be. It's pretty fresh, and it's a full grown elf.
Man,
How big is the egg?
It is this is something I haven't had to think about. I guess like 2 feet tall. It's a pretty large egg.
2 feet, so it's okay.
Like up to your waist, kind of. Well, yeah. Yeah, just about.
Do you think we can raise it to be friendly to us?
I assume there's. Okay, no, I want to see. I'll move here. Is there anything magical about the egg?
The egg? No. Nothing seems apparently magical about it.
No magic within 30 feet.
Beyond the aura
Mhm.
that the Pastor Trace is making, no. However, that doesn't last for too long because there's some wind that rustles the trees, and it is very apparent to all as this creature lands on a nearby tree and perches. And it stares in all of your vague direction, but more specifically stares at Sonsingo.
Yeah.
we all see
I'm
it?
unsurprised.
Yep, you all see it.
Well, that's big.
It is large. And all of you hear a voice that echoes through your head. And it says, "Leave."
What language
Okay.
was talking?
That was in common. It was closer
Oh.
to what telepathy is, though. But you do clearly hear it as a voice, rather than the way telepathy usually is.
I'll move here, somewhere within 30 feet. See if I see anything signs of magic, and then I'll move here in front of it.
Yes, there are signs of powerful magic. It would be conjuration, I believe, and transmutation.
Gonna, when I hear that in my head, speak up. You've been hunting folk from around the area. Can't let that abide. We don't really. This doesn't have to turn into violence. We'd like to avoid that, but we can't have you going around hurting people.
Leave or die.
Could you repeat that, Ben?
Leave or die.
Great negotiating.
Nothing.
Wanna
As was
talk this
following,
out?
remaining right in front of Faith.
I'm kind of stepping back. Oh man, we lost Devin. Ah, there he is.
It's back.
We don't want to harm you. We know that you're only trying to feed your child. It's just that you need to hunt elsewhere.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what happened. Did you guys hear what I said?
Mm-hmm. And its response was leave or die.
I got what?
Sorry, what?
Okay.
Is Discord okay?
Sorry?
You
I
cut
think
off.
Discord is being strange right now.
Yeah, I think so too. So let's see.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, cool, awesome.
It says
Feed here on them all.
I don't think this bird is the negotiating type.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
it says feed here on them all.
If you
I'm
save
just
them
gonna
all,
reconnect.
So it said we feed on them all.
It says feed here on them all.
And them all is all elves, right?
question for the bird, honestly. When you say all, elves aren't all, so why is it just elves? Is that more like a palate decision, or...
It's just tastier.
Of course we are. Are you the wife of that guy?
That guy.
That guy. Quickly opening notes. Balin.
It begins to fly a bit and hover 40 feet in the air right here.
You the wife of that guy.
And
So
gives no response.
Guys, I
Did
don't
the-
think it wants to talk.
Did the web not go off?
Did
Given
what
what we
go?
just experienced.
I think that's what Leo was saying when Discord ate his conversation.
So yeah, when I was speaking, when it was still like when it said leave or die, I said I cast web on it.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I got you. So we'll just
So sorry.
we go back to the tree.
I mean, it's a leave or die. That's pretty clear.
and we'll just roll initiative.
Oh. It begins again.
All right.
okay. So
Do I get it off, or is it just initiative?
It's just initiative.
Okay.
You begin to cast the spell, and then initiative will determine whether you can do it fast enough or not.
I rolled low.
oh man, I want to do something, but I wouldn't unless we have openly started fighting, which we haven't yet because Ares hasn't cast the web yet. So
No, but it's obvious. It's
Yeah.
all this happens at the same time. You see Eris begin to cast a spell, and you get the sense that he's about to act, and you can choose if you want to act or not.
okay, if it's obvious, then I will use my bonus action to cast Hex on the creature. And I'll do it as a subtle spell, just in case.
I was just about to ask, what does it look like?
Nothing.
Yeah, no, nothing.
It also looks like your back is turned.
I was like, what does it look like from like a out of character point of view?
Well, I guess the spell would still have an effect, even though no one can tell that I'm the one casting it, right?
Yes.
So I assume that even though it's a sunny day, it is a sunny day, right?
Yeah, it is. Fair day.
Okay, so there's very distinct shadows on the trees and stuff, like branches and everything. So these shadows will kind of come alive almost and start just swirling through the air and surrounding the creature. And since Erhis is currently waving his hands and reciting a spell, maybe everyone assumes that he's doing that. Who knows?
Fair enough.
So I'm
What
doing that.
What ability?
Then I'm holding. Oh, right. That would be strength,
Strength.
I think.
Okay.
And I will prepare my action to cast Shocking Grasp at it in case it comes into melee range with me.
Okay.
That will be my turn. And I even remember to end it.
All right, Ares, you do indeed manage to act before the Perryton can respond. So
Just
ahead.
narrowly.
just narrowly.
Yeah. I think it says leave or die. And, Arrow's typically more, calculating and waiting, but, this thing has been killing owls. It says leave or die. Aris knows we're not leaving before its death. So, while usually perhaps not the one to kick off violent things, this time, for the owls, he'll start off with like a loud shwang noise, the scimitar comes out. And just like before, it starts tearing through the air. And, whereas like a piercing weapon, when it moves through the air, it makes like a loud, high-pitched noise. Like a scimitar has like a flat of a blade, and he'll kind of twist and turn it. So, there's like different thickness hitting the air, so it makes like different noises as he swings back and forth, forming like the patterns of web across the air in front of him. And then with the final swing, he tosses those at the creature, casting the spell.
All right. Alright, so when it starts its turn, it will have to make a dex save.
I'm not sure if it came across right, but the kind of thickness of the sword that goes against the air makes like different sounds. So on like a rapier, where even if you twist it, it's the same thickness, it makes the same sound. Whereas a scimitar, you can have it like completely against the wind, or you can have it like perpendicular to it, so it makes different sounds.
You can make it
So
go flip,
as
or you
he-
can make it go whoosh.
Yeah. So as he kind of begins these motions, he kind of changes the angle the blade hits the air during the casting of the spell, so it almost sounds like like a song, like it has some tune behind it. And that will kind
The
of
music.
form.
The music siblings.
Mhm.
Like that.
That's the one I was trying to hit. Alright, that was my action, my bonus action, and I'll stay 2 feet in front of Faith and end my turn.
Alright, so I'm going to start this turn by taking a quick break to get a drink. So just like 2 minutes. If you guys need to do a bathroom break or something, I'll be right back.
Alright.
Cool. Okay, so we went through the tutorial fight, and this is the first real one.
Boss monster. Hopefully this is the only one.
And we break the egg and find that guy's wife inside.
That, like, the egg is what's complicating it for Bram.
I think this might be the wife or the mistress right here. No, wait, it was fresh. It's probably Leaf Beer.
Oh man, I liked him. He gave me weed.
We can check the remnants after they might still be the other half. Yo.
You like your cracker? Yes, you do.
Or at least my soap. I could probably maybe get that back.
Yeah, I mean, you checked for race. Did you check to see if it was, if the body was male or female? I feel like you would have.
Not with my roll.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask Ben when he comes by.
I'm
Also-
done.
Did Faith not bathe today morning with soap?
You don't know. She has her own room that's separate from yours.
No, but I can perhaps smell it when I'm standing 2 feet away.
She doesn't smell like she didn't bathe. For what it's worth.
Should I have soap on my character sheet? Because like I take some things for granted, like the fact that
Who doesn't have soap on their character sheet?
I don't have it on my character sheet. I just assume that I have certain things like
Oh, I just assume I have a bandolier of rubies.
No, that's not like a mechanical benefit. Like, we don't ever role play. You go into the bathroom, but I imagine I have. I imagine that happens. Like I imagine that I brush my teeth in the morning.
Oh yeah, there's some things you can take for granted if you. I mean, some stuff's just roleplay related, doesn't matter. But I mean, like it does matter, but it doesn't need to be on your character sheet. But yeah, you gave your soap away for weed, so. So yes, you probably didn't. All right, Perryton's turn begins with Dex save. Which succeeds, so it is not restrained. Will then proceed. So it's about 25 feet up, or we'll call it 30 feet in the street. It's a big tree. And
Web is still difficult.
say again? You were kind of quiet.
Web is still difficult. So it has
You've
like
become
20
very
feet
muffled.
of web.
Yeah, I think your microphone is doing that thing that it did on Monday, which you fixed somehow.
I'll continue until.
Oh, I think he was saying the web is difficult terrain.
Okay, difficult. Gotcha. Okay. So he will fly 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 20 feet. We'll just go to the closest person. Okay, that's exactly the full 60. All right. So where is it? Oh, that's different. Hold on.
Testing.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, I think I made a mistake in something. Okay. Change replacement with that. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit weird. I have to delete this and this to the combat tracker. Change its initiative. And make it visible. Okay. All right. Sorry.
Oh, good.
So shadows begin to. It doesn't look too dissimilar from what Sonsengil did with Pass Without a Trace, but it is a bit different. But basically, shadows around the creature begin to change and warp. They distort and become strange and a little bit aberrant. And You can feel it whispers. You hear whispers in your ears, and yeah, you think when you start your turn there might be saving throws involved. So it's moved all the way down here, and we'll do a dive attack. The attack. 4 and talons. So on the first gore attack, it will add the dive attack extra 2d8 damage as well. So lots of damage coming your way.
Enjoy.
So the first attack does 14. Does that knock you out on its own? No. Okay. So that's a total of 20 damage to its own side.
The difficult terrain of the web doesn't help.
It barely had enough speed.
Damn.
It had 60, I think.
Yeah,
That
and
is
it was like it's
heavy.
40 feet to get there, so plus the 2 squares of difficult terrain just barely makes it 60. It does, however, mean that it can't. Normally, it would have flown away for a little distance as well, but it can't do that now.
That's good. That's good.
All right. So that's all it does for its turn. Blue, when you start your turn, the effect that it had begun on its turn begins to play strange things on you. So make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, cool. It's like a better Bane.
Is the saving throw in a different spot?
No, it's you.
Weird.
You click on your ability, and
Mm-hmm.
it'll ask if you want to make an ability check or a saving throw. Alternatively,
Oh,
you can, if you have your character selected, there's that button, the Save DC 11 Wisdom. You just hover over it and click. As long as your character is selected, it'll automatically roll the save.
oh.
You're a hungry little munchkin.
Oh, was that a private roll? I think you haven't set the private rolls.
Oh, oops.
It
Sorry.
just popped up.
All good. All right. so you
Mine's
failed
like
the save.
very, very.
So you feel a myriad of emotions, all of them negative, inexplicable anguish, betrayal. You don't know why you're feeling these things, but you do. And it just bogs you down and kind of infects everything you think of doing. So basically, it's like being affected by the Bane spell. Attack rolls, ability checks, saving throws, all of them subtract a d4 from the result. You
Okay.
can repeat the save at the end of each of your turns, except for this turn, which is when it's been applied.
Okay.
Or no, you can actually repeat it at the end of this turn too.
Yes,
For the duration of this
possible.
turn, you have it. So what were you saying, Leo?
Can we remove the effect of pass without a trace, please?
Sure.
Sorry, it's been dropped.
Is that still active at least?
Well, I mean,
so
it's
long
seen
as-
us. So.
Is it concentration?
I mean, the reason I'm asking is it's just hurting my eyes.
I'm
know, it's
curious
hard
if that's
to-
gonna help
Did
my
you?
connect.
Oh, it because you can do stealth checks, and he might want to hide and get advantage. But Tons, are you still good, my dude?
I see healthy on Dawson Sengo.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he hasn't responded.
I think he might be restarting because he's not in
Oh, yeah, he's not
Discord.
in Discord.
Oh, I just noticed. Yeah, he's not. My bad.
Oh, he died.
I
I'll,
was
I'll subtract the health for him, and when it gets to his turn, we'll wait for him. For now, it is Blue's turn.
Oh, yeah. It's been a long time since I tried doing this, so I want to double check. Dashing, you get double your movement, right?
Yep.
And that counts as your action?
If you have cunning action, then you can use that as a bonus action. But for
You
everyone
can-
else, normally it adds an action.
You can view it like you get your movement speed again when you use the dash action. So if you do it twice, you don't get quadruple, you get triple.
Okay, but I can use cunning action for that. Okay. I'm gonna run over and take the egg hostage and put a dagger to the egg.
Oh, you stole my move.
The negative emotions are definitely helping with that decision.
That's actually
Alright.
incredible. That
Long
the-
time to get over here.
The thing that was supposed to hinder you actually made this move easier for you. It made you
Yep.
disassociate.
Well,
Sorry, I'm lagging very, very badly. I'm trying to get over there because I could almost make it, but with the dash I can. And then I will just hold the dagger to the egg. It's not like the egg has a chin or anything to put the dagger under.
so is this equivalent to holding an action, readying an action to stab the egg?
Yeah.
Okay. And is the vague... Okay. I mean, you can kind of keep the action readied under pretty vague conditions and just kind of decide if you want to use it or not. But I assume... Yeah. But I mean, if you want to use
Mostly-
your action for something else, like the dodge action or something, it's up to you. But the threat wouldn't, feel as immediate without the threat being made, immediate.
So are you like
Um,
verbally yelling at it? Like, hey, look over here. I got your egg.
Well, let me just double check that. Yep, I'm going to hold an action. So hold the dagger to the egg and hold an action to stab the egg if it... Well, kind of vaguely. I just want it to stop. I don't want to say, oh, as soon as it moves, and then stab it.
Yeah, you can make the condition pretty vague and allow yourself a lot of leeway. But so, are we
But then I'll
saying
just
unless
yell
it
over at the
retreats,
bird, "Hey,
unless
ugly."
it stops attacking, or
Yeah, just stops attacking. So yelling over it like, hey, ugly, better stop.
hmm. Roll intimidation.
That's all we're going right now. Here we go. Okay.
Give it a second. There it is.
All right.
Maybe if you weren't like a tiny rodent.
Hey, you know what? It's still something. It's not as bad as it could have been.
That's true.
All right, so -2 from the negative feelings. Makes that a 10. It well, you succeeded in catching its attention. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
If you're done, you can hit the entering button.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, if I'm not that effective, well, at least I'm a good distraction.
That's something.
No, that was an inspired turn.
Yeah, that's a good play. But it might be. We'll see. What am I gonna do now that that's taken care of? I suppose I should just do damage. I'm not entirely sure how Pass Without Trace works, but is it possible for me to just hide in this open space?
A lot of difficulty. I mean, at this point, it's like no concealment at all. Even with Pass Without a Trace, it's you can. It's almost impossible for you to like avoid its notice entirely, but you can try to hide to the extent that it would.
I mean, as
give
long
you
as I can attempt to
benefit
hide, you
of
know.
being hidden. Yeah, like it would give you the the benefit of like a disadvantage on attack rolls against you, but you would definitely not be able to conceal yourself from its presence, not without finding some kind of cover.
Does Tosun Sengo count as cover?
No. I'm gonna say
Okay.
no. If you were a small creature, maybe, but
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm only short. I'm not small. In that case, in one motion, I'll dart forwards while drawing my short sword, and just lunge straight in. Just going for it. Just going all in.
all right.
Where is it? There it is.
Oh, I almost entirely forgot. Make your saving throw. Wisdom save.
Oh, right.
I will say that it's probably not gonna have any bearing on. Oh wow, okay, you make it anyways. All right, so that definitely hits, and yeah, you deal some damage.
And within 5 feet of Tosun Sengu. So.
Yep.
Excellent. Good damage. And let's see, I was there. Yeah, I'll stick where I am, but I'm just gonna like sort of crouch down to the ground because Sid isn't 100% sure how the spell works, and I think I can just hide. So I'm just gonna use my bonus action to attempt to hide.
All right. You can attempt with great difficulty. Let's call it disadvantage.
Just right in
Okay.
front of its eyes, just like
Yeah,
stab
it
you.
is.
Disadvantage,
after
but with
stabbing
plus
it.
10. And I didn't think. It's a 9 again.
Love it.
So 19.
Yeah. I mean,
Is
like,
the
it's a really.
is the
Sorry, go ahead.
is the Pass Without Trace still active? Isn't there like a concentration thing?
Concentration. I think it is concentration.
That's fair.
Yeah, since he's not here, I'll make a couple of saves for him.
No, I see Jonathan on Discord.
Are you here? Say something if you're here. John?
It is concentration.
Or if you can't say something for some reason.
I'm
type.
kind of here. Can you hear me?
I can
Yeah.
Okay. I'm kind of here, but I'm not in control of anything. So.
Okay, I'm gonna make some concentration saves for Paths Without a Trace for you.
I love playing online. It brings people together. It keeps a lot of bookkeeping to make it undercuts a lot of bookkeeping, makes things a lot more streamlined in ways, but it does have the disadvantage of connection.
Yeah, I'd always choose to play in person if I could, personally. But it's just more fun. All right, so yes, Paths Without a Trace is no longer active, so your result is actually just 9, which doesn't even pass its passive perception. So
Yeah, no, that's
you
still
are.
what
I mean,
Sid is
it's a
doing.
long shot. Even if you got a 19 or even something crazy, the best outcome you could hope for is like, I might grant you some concealment.
You're right, but Sid is just putting more trust in the spell than he really should.
Yeah. Yeah, you think you're invisible or something.
Yeah.
All right. If you're done, you
And
can
end turn, I remember.
Yeah. Rum.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted. I start my turn off as soon as it opens up. I'll do the wisdom save.
Gotcha.
Da-da-da. Wisdom saving throw. Yeah. Good. Then I'll just kind of sigh, sadly, looking over at the egg. Like the hostage situation with the egg didn't seem to pan out, so I'll just, like, heavy heart, just look up and look around. How does Tonsil look? Pretty bad off?
Yeah.
Son single.
Yeah, Tonsil single. He looks pretty bad off. So right now I need to get that creature away from everybody. What's this green stuff? Is that like foliage or is that difficult?
It's not like bushes or anything. It's just grass.
Okay, it's just grass. Okay. Then, and what about this over here?
Point to it again.
I'm trying to click.
You're talking about these cliffs here?
No, back. It's not letting me click. Regardless, here.
If you
This
hold X,
stuff.
it brings up your pointer, by the way.
Hold X.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, I see.
And then you can right-click while the pointer's active to do pings. I removed the other module that added the pings that you're probably trying to do.
Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to do. All right. So. Huh? No, I was like here. All right. So regardless, I'm gonna make my way down. As he does, like, eyes will kind of flash like little like hazel as sparks. He drags before he dragged the back of the axe along to get those vines to act. Now he's like dragging the blade across the ground, causing these like sparks to fly up. As I walk over, is like, this could have been a conversation. It didn't have to be violent, but you chose the strike, and I will not let you hurt people. And I will. I'm going to cast Thunderous Smite as I swing my axe as hard as I can against the trying to get into the neck of that creature.
Oh man, rough.
Oh.
Yeah. Your weapon is still empowered, so maybe next turn. But at least this turn, you take a swing at it, and these things are just too agile for you. You just
Mm-hmm.
swoops
It's
away
too slow.
briefly.
Is there any way I can? So that's 10 feet of movement. Is there any way I can go 5, 10, 15, like get like right here, trying to get myself between Tonsil and the big monster?
Yeah, it's not exactly between, but you're there.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you found box. Good job, baby. I guess that's my turn.
All right. All right. How are things for you, Jonathan? Still kind of not really in control?
Yeah, I'm in control.
Okay, cool.
So back and forth between windows is a little slow on this laptop, so
Yeah, I
but
gotcha.
I can move my character, I think.
Yeah, I got you.
Don't forget to hit the enter button. Alright, I'll do this once. There you go. You got a lot of static.
I'll do
That's
this
one
once.
night, by the way.
Yeah, that's because this laptop is really old and doesn't connect to my headset, so I have to use the built-in speaker.
Oh, it's
Okay.
that old?
Alright, well, it is your
Yeah.
turn. You are, if you
I'm
missed
pretty sure
it,
Bluetooth was an option. It just wasn't an option. Yeah.
if you missed it, you took a bunch of damage. It attacked you first. It dealt 20 damage to you. So you are at, yeah, not the best health amount.
Okay. 7. I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. But I'm gonna fix that.
Alright, let's,
Yeah, sorry, John. I don't know what's going on, but you're all just static.
To cast a spell. Can you hear me now?
Mhm.
Yes. Now just static.
Now we can, somewhat.
Hearing you and the static.
Yeah.
cure wounds. Alright, cool. Healing yourself for the 12. That'll work. Alright, anything else you'd like to do? If not, you can end your turn, and that's how long we'll let you.
Nope. That's gonna be my turn. I'm not gonna draw that opportunity attack.
Alright. So when you end your turn, as a legendary action, it will use fly to fly there. And then it's fate.
And you said it had flyby, right? So no opportunity attacks?
Correct.
Dang it. All right. Cool.
Has it landed next to blue, or is it up in the
Hovering.
air?
Yeah, it's like hovering. It's ground level, essentially.
Right, that's what I was asking. Okay, cool. So Ares is right in front of me, so I'll just tap him on the shoulder, say, "Are we trying to kill this thing? Should I do stuff?"
Philip.
Sorry, didn't catch that.
Yeah, I was just said, go all out.
Go all out. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Am I not audible?
It's
You-
just
you-
cutting off the beginning of your sentences a bit.
yeah, the sensitivity is weird.
Yeah. So Aros will just whisper something like, have at it.
Okay. Faith will kind of raise an eyebrow. Say, okay. There we go. And she will kind of wave.
As an afterthought, he'll add while staying behind me.
Okay, you say this, and she's already kind of moving her hands through the air, and you can see 3 orbs of fire just appearing in midair in front of her, and one by one she will reach forward with her right hand, and then her left hand, and then with both hands at the same time, and all 3 orbs will fly towards the creature. And
Gotcha.
essentially, I'm casting Scorching Ray.
Gotcha. Really quick before you do that, make the wisdom save.
Oh, right.
Warp shadow. Alright, you're good. Continue.
I'm good. Okay, so first one is a 25 to hit.
That certainly hits.
Okay, so that's 7 points of damage, and Hex at additional d6. Is there a can I just toggle it on so that
You can just manually roll a d6, it's fine.
okay, so that's 10 points of damage from the first one. And then second one is an 11. I assume that misses.
Correct, that misses.
Okay, and then the third one is a crit. Sweet.
Oh, damn.
So that's 16 points and then 2 more hexes.
Does the hex crit as well?
Yep, all the dice are doubled.
Nice.
So 22 points of damage from the third one.
I never thought about how it combines with Scorching Ray so well.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So can we just like take a second to contextualize this? Like we've seen Faith be like very just complaining, like, we're walking so much, to like, oh, do we have to do this? And just being like kind of unsure and very impressed by like the abilities of everyone else, but we haven't really seen her do anything. And then suddenly she just waves her hand, eyes glowing, and just explodes this giant fire blast.
For 29 total points of damage. Yep.
Yeah.
That's insane. Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely a good way to
Just shadows and
that.
fire. Boom.
So, yep, and I will just move behind Ares because he insists. careful not to step on the body. Like, take special care to not step on the body.
I think since we're going like one after the other, I'll take a step forward so he has some space.
Fair enough. And that will be my turn. I won't use any bonus actions. That's it.
All right, yeah. You explode with fire energy and just absolutely lay into this thing, which is quite a healthy creature, doing almost half of its total health and damage in one turn.
Nice.
It is you guys like to use fire, all of you, and so much like the previous one, this thing's kind of quite scorched in several places. Some of its plumage is not being as effective as it was. And Ares.
I'll say to Ares, who said to go all out. I'll just say like that.
He'll kind of chuckle a little bit. Actually, not like it's a serious moment, but he'll kind of give you a glance back, and there's like a raised eyebrow, like, "Oh damn, well done." Without saying that, that's the expression.
Cool. I'll give you a smile.
As I turn from Fate to look back at the creature, my gaze will kind of, flutter over Tosson's angles. And I'll, kind of purse my eyes and look at, like, their ears. Because it seems weird to Earth for a second that a creature that, is targeting elves and half-elves goes after Tosson over Eris or Fate. Is there any slight pointedness to Tosson's angles ears?
You said a pointiness to his heels?
His ears.
The ears out. Sun Single is a human, so I'd imagine not especially, no.
Didn't he deal the killing blow to the other one, though?
Yeah, I guess fair enough, but that's what Aris is worried about. That's what Maddie said, that you would want to deal the killing blow. Essentially, Aris is trying to understand why it went after Tosson instead of himself or Faith, and he's worried that Tosson isn't an elf. Never mind. Mm-hmm. Okay, Aris kind of turns back to this creature. How tall is this cliff where the egg is, where the alcove is?
Not very tall. These are there's several small cliff faces around. They're cliff is not even the right word. It's just an embankment, I guess is the right word. It's not really completely vertical either. It's more just very steep. It's maybe a 70-60 degree incline. It's a very steep embankment.
Mm-hmm.
But at the thickest parts, you can tell some parts are larger than others. The larger parts maybe change elevation 10 or 15 feet, but most of the time it's just a sheer 5 to 10 foot elevation change.
Never mind that.
So it's
that throws plan. Sorry.
Yeah, you can almost treat it like super difficult terrain, where instead of 2 feet per 1 foot of movement, it's more like 3 feet per 1 foot of movement. You don't even need to make an athletics to clamber it.
No, so I wasn't trying to climb, but I was thinking if I could anchor a web to it, but it doesn't sound like it, so never mind that. That throws plan A out of the option. So instead, Aris will kind of, toss the scimitar he has in one hand to the other. and kind of go down on one knee, and as the sunlight kind of falls on the scimitar, there's like a shadow of the scimitar which forms on the ground in front of him. And he'll kind of reach down with his main hand, and he'll pick up the shadow of the scimitar and wield it as a weapon. And he'll begin a set of intricate moves, a lot of twists and turns and jumps, swinging the two blades in his hands, just getting a feel of it, and make his way right next to the creature. And as it's going for Blue, like leap off the air and just bring the blade, like the shadow of the scimitar, into the creature's back. And as he does that, the shadow of the scimitar is itself very dark, where it becomes encased in blue energy as I'm casting both Booming Blade as well as Shadow Blade.
Okay. So what are you how are you Are you just copying and pasting the text of the spell?
No, I open the thing, the spell, and where it says info, I click on that.
Okay.
Is that not the right way?
I think the better way is to just hover over the icon of the spell in your spell book and click it. It'll roll damage and populate saves and stuff like that. Although I think
my bad.
Some of the it's all good. Some of the yeah, it'll just be easier that way. So okay. What was I gonna say?
So I'll roll a scimitar, but this is essentially a Shadow Blade.
Right.
15.
Gotcha. That does hit.
Okay, and the damage is, give me 1 second. 2d8 plus 3. That's 12 damage. And as the scimitar made out of shadow hits it in the back, the blue energy that was encased in kind of, jumps onto the creature, and it becomes encased in that blue energy.
I gotcha. Yeah, the booming blade effect. Gotcha. Yeah. That's a good one.
And I'll land and kind of take like a defensive stance with like the shadow scimitar in front of me and the other scimitar like on my side. If I can, I'll just go ahead and I'll like a dual offhand twirl of the scimitar and just stick it into the ground and free my offhand. And with that, I'll end my turn.
Gotcha. I'm editing Booming Blade, so it's actually it does what it's supposed to. It should.
I think it rolled the damage and all properly, so it was fine.
Sort of. You can program it to essentially incorporate your weapon's attack, though, which I think would be.
Oh, of course. I mean, anything you want to do.
Yeah.
Unlike like the slashing or the piercing damage, the damage that the Shadow Scimitar does is with force. So it's just, coming down with force on the thing's back.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking that this would be easier. Yeah, so that incorporates your melee weapon attack and the proper damage, plus the damage if it moves, all in one.
Thank you.
Alright. Yeah, so in the future you won't have to roll like separate weapon, scimitar attack and whatnot. Okay, cool. Now it's its turn. Alright, so it looms over you, Blue, and you get the impression that it is glaring at you in threat, saying, "Unready, you're ready to action, or you will suffer." Any response to that, or are we doing this?
I will unready the knife, the dagger.
Gotcha.
I think that's probably the smartest move at the moment, because that failed.
It.
But I'm gonna stay next to the egg.
Gotcha. It. Yeah. It turns away from you in payment for your gracious acceptance of not killing its egg, and turns to Ares. And it will use its movement to fly 30 feet up into the air and then 30 feet back down, dive bombing Ares.
As it moves, it takes 6 thunder damage. Does that hold hit?
No. The first time it willingly moves, it takes 1d8 thunder damage, and then the spell ends, and so it just takes the 1d8.
Yeah, so I rolled the 1d8, that's 6 damage.
Oh, okay. I thought you were... Yeah, I got you. 6 thunder... Yeah, so it moves the, essentially the ward that you had transferred onto it. Breaks and shatters in thunder that reverberates through it and hurts it a bit more. It does not like literally 1 HP, even though that says so. But, it is like literally 1 HP orange status. So it will fly up and fly back down. Do dive attack, though. I don't know why I pinged that twice. And it will also gain advantage on attack rolls against you. And multi-attack with this and this. And
the first one misses, but the other one...
Gotcha. So unfortunately, if the first one did hit, I would have applied the 2d8 to it with it from the dive attack. Or hold on. No, I can only do the dive attack on the first one anyways. So the second one does not get the 2d8. Luckily for you.
Oh man.
So you take the 12 damage, and that's it.
That's not it, that's a lot.
That's it. It's just 12.
Yeah, only 12 damage.
You'll be fine. And it will end its turn there.
Okay. I don't know how well my computer will let me do this because the whole screen is looking kind of interesting. I still have the whole roll from its attack left on there, but...
Hello.
Hello.
Did I mute myself? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I might have been kind of muttering there. Things will go slowly probably because everything is still lagging on the screen, but for you too, yeah. Oh, I can't disengage from it without it.
I'm sorry. I missed that one more time.
Sorry, I'm looking at something on there now that I'm realizing where I'm kind of stuck at. Oh, okay, never mind. I will try that. This might backfire big time on me, though. I am going to... Well, you can tell me if this would be considered actually leaving the space based on kind of... Because right now I was just standing next to the egg. I want to move behind the egg. Place the egg between myself and the... Perryton. And if that would give them an attack of opportunity?
As long as you're staying within its reach, you do not take an opportunity attack. So, like, if you were moving, like, here or something, or... You say you're placing yourself between it and the egg?
No, the egg between me and it.
Oh,
so I think that would trigger it.
Yes, yes. Unless you're...
Okay.
I mean, I think you could use a cunning action. If you have
I'm not going to do that, actually.
Okay.
I'm just going to do that, and then... Actually, I'll probably cast first. So I'm going to cast Firebolt, and then move out of its range. Because I'm a mouse folk, it has disadvantage on it, on the opportunity attack.
Okay.
And I'm just going to work with that.
Yeah, you might want to cast Firebolt after you move out of its range, otherwise it would be made with disadvantage, because you are being threatened by it.
This is true. Thank you. I will do that.
Alright, so we'll start with the opportunity attack. Wow, what a disadvantage roll that was. Bad damage roll, though. You still take the 5 slashing.
Okay.
But, yeah, you can yoink the egg. And... Oh, the nest and the egg are one entity, so you're taking it all. Placing it between the two of you.
Okay.
Are you still holding the egg kind of hostage, or are you, like, offering it
I'm just
back to, like, hey, I don't want anything to do with this anymore?
probably a little bit closer to that. I could still get to it relatively easily, but I'm not holding a weapon towards it anymore. Yeah.
I got you.
And then I'll cast Firebolt at the bird, not the egg, just to clarify.
I love like the mixed signals you're sending, because you're like, hey, we're good, right? Here's your egg. Fire.
I just feel like it won't directly go right after me if I'm close enough to the egg. Also, I clicked the button. I don't know if it's rolling.
Oh, it is.
It did.
It did.
Okay.
That does hit. This thing actually somehow has a worse AC than the smaller Perryton.
Bigger target?
I guess so, yeah. It's starting to look quite injured now.
Does sneak attack work with spells?
I don't think so.
It requires a finesse.
I think
weapon.
it does later for the Arcane Trickster.
Oh,
I
that's
think.
awesome.
No, it always requires a finesse weapon.
Oh no, I'm thinking of Magical Ambush, where if you get like the drop on,
Oh,
on
where
an
you don't
enemy,
have
they
to.
have disadvantage again on saving throws against spells, which is a
Right, right.
similar thing.
Gotcha. Alright. If you're done, you can hit the end turn button.
Oh, yep.
Seed. You there? Muted, maybe?
Nathan?
Yeah, I forgot to unmute. Oops. Right. I'm liking how it's looking kind of cornered right now. I'm appreciating that. Have I noticed that it seems to not like fire?
Yeah, I mean, I maybe like have overplayed. I mean, nobody likes hot fire being thrown at them.
Do I think it's taking like more damage from fire?
No. I might have overplayed that to give that
Okay.
information, but it's just reacting to hot fire the way you would expect anyone to react to hot fire.
Okay, that's fair. I'm I could totally use some force ammunition right now to send it hurtling into its own egg, but that's just mean, really. Wouldn't do any extra damage. It's just mean.
It'll do
I'm sure it'll do extra psychic damage.
Oh, extra psychic damage, yeah. Good definite. That's not going to be very helpful. I'm going to keep going in with my sword, I believe. Just going to keep it simple. With an equally acrobatic motion. I'm going to do like a little pirouette. I'm going to swirl as I swing in. Why not? I want to look flashy.
Alright. Little swirl.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Alright, that hits. There's a little
Sid
bit
is absolutely showing off for his party.
a little bit of piercing
And
damage
sneak
there.
attack.
Beautiful form, Sid!
Oh wow. Okay.
Excellent.
That you stab just deep enough, but don't quite pierce the heart. However, knocks it precisely unconscious, and it falls to the
Ooh.
ground. Just yep, unconscious. So that will end combat.
That pirouette did the trick. I'm going to swirl my sword as I sheath it. Feeling exceptionally cocky. My ego has doubled in size.
The whispers and shadows and warping shadows all begins to die down, and all that's left is the sounds of the forest.
Not a problem, right, guys? Just another day of work.
If are we out of initiative?
You're asking if we're done with initiative?
No, are we out of initiative?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aris is gonna stick the shadow scimitar where the creature's heart would be. And I'm not sure if this makes sense, but the shield spell kind of forms like a protective barrier around you for a second. I'm not sure if it's possible, but for like just what he wants to do is I want to go close to the shadow scimitar and use the energy and the magic behind the shield spell to just drive that shadow scimitar all the way into the creatures where their heart would be.
I'll
Sure. And if no one stops you, then you most certainly murder the creature.
Faith rushes forward to see if Ares is okay, and then she sees this, and then she just kind of stops behind him, just freezes in place, and
You as a creature dies, it gives like one last little reflexive like jerk of its wings and chest and legs and whatnot. And as it does so, a humanoid shadow kind of erupts from its chest and clutches at your scimitar as some sort of death throw. And you can't even see the facial features of this humanoid shadow, but it does look female. And it just kind of looks up at you, clutches at the scimitar, which is sticking through the shadows hard as well, before it just dissipates into nothingness and seems to be blown away by the wind like ash. And then the creature falls still.
Whoa.
Which creature falls still? Sorry.
The bird creature falls still. The shadow that seemed to emerge from it just dissipated into nothingness. And after that, the conjuration, and well, I guess you wouldn't. Or I guess, yeah, you wouldn't have detect magic up anymore.
Ramnir's gonna look over at Eris, sparking a bit as he looks down the creature, then looks at you as you just drive this shadow blade in, then take a shield and hammer it. Look up.
It's not like two, just to kind of paint the picture. It's not two different actions. It's like ride the scimitar and in the same motion, just using the power of the magic behind the shield to just where he's lacking in physical strength, he's just accentuating magic to do it. So it's not like
Gotcha.
you hammer like a nail in and then you hammer. So just wanted to clarify. Yeah. Go on.
Okay. So he's gonna just look at you. Is that, you really think that was necessary? And he's not saying it sarcastically. He's not saying it. He's not saying it judgmentally. His tone is very. It's legitimate question.
That was like a couple of seconds to breathe and just process what he saw, and then he'll kind of just like raise some eyes at you, and like equally to yours, there's no he doesn't take the question the wrong way, but he simply says yes.
He's like looking up, meeting your eyes, gonna nod, and that lightning, that little spark on his axe just fades away. Said
twice now.
He's gonna fade away. Gonna put it behind him, or put it to his side through a sheath. Clap a hand on your shoulder. Say, sorry you had to do that then. And then start walking over to Tonsil.
I also know it, and then he'll kind of push himself off the creature, leaving the shadow scimitar still in it. And I'm going to describe this slowly, so if anyone wants to interrupt, feel free. But he'll push himself off, and he'll begin to pull the rifle off of his back, and he'll point it at the egg.
Wait. What are you doing?
The egg.
How does it... Why?
I'm sorry, guys. I cut out there for a second. I'm sorry, guys. I cut out there for a second. What is Ares doing?
Out to destroy the egg.
Yeah, he pulled out the rifle off his back and he is pointing it towards the egg. And then Faith says, could you repeat that, Tony?
Just why?
And I also said because in 15, 20 years, I don't know how fast these creatures mature, but that thing will turn into this thing, and he kind of head nods towards the creature at his feet.
Maybe it will, maybe it won't. How do you know? How could you possibly know?
Because this isn't a natural beast, Faith. It's a monstrosity.
Exactly, it was an intelligent creature. It spoke to us. How can you make presumptions about the character of something that isn't even born yet?
We could bring the egg back with us to the town and let them know the situation and let them decide, because they dealt with more of this than we did.
I think we know what they'll want to do with it, though.
It's not a matter
Yeah.
of whether or not it's easy to make the assumption that they'll want to destroy the egg, but it's still not our decision to make, or it shouldn't be.
Did that corpse turn out to be Leafbeard? Did we figure that out?
No, the corpse was female.
Oh, okay. Then I'd say we ask Leafbeard what to do with the egg.
I think the one thing we're missing is, yes, this thing spoke to us. It was sentient. If it was a sentient race, it might grow up with different aspirations, but this, and I don't know if we know the name of the creature in character by now, but the small thing we fought before, that was a normal Paraton, a natural one. It didn't speak to us. This one was transformed. You all saw the shadow.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it does grow up into a Paraton, it'll probably just be a normal one, right?
Yes, this thing, the small thing, if we imagine it to be a normal one, they'll still do that to, creatures.
Cannot know that for sure. Cannot assume that. Cannot assume that someone would do something just because they were born with it. That's not how people work.
It's not people. It's not even sentient.
You spoke to it. It spoke back.
I'm talking about the egg.
It's not sentient yet. Maybe it would grow up to be.
The reason
We
this
didn't
one...
exactly.
Sorry.
Blue was just gonna hop and I was like, we didn't actually get an answer on whether or not the eating elves was like a normal thing or just like a choice thing either. So maybe that was just more nurture and not nature.
I will push past everyone and step forward and try to pick up the egg if I can. I'm not the strongest.
Aras will continue to say, the reason this big one was sentient was because of the spirit that we saw. Because it was transformed, the egg will be a natural paraton, not transformed, not sentient, not able to make decisions against its nature.
I still say we get Leafbeard's input.
Left
let's
already.
find him.
Oh, did he? Heck.
Can I pick up the egg, or is it too heavy for me?
No, it's pretty heavy, but it's not. Yeah, you can pick it up.
Fate picks it up and immediately drops it. No.
All right.
Wait, is that real or a joke?
No,
That was a
I'm
joke.
joking.
Hope it was a joke. All right. So you pick up the egg. So you're taking it with you?
Yeah, I just kind of turn around and, without saying a word, just carrying the egg, push back past Eris without saying anything. I just walk over to Bramir and kind of hand the egg over to him.
Yeah.
And I'll say, could you carry this carefully?
As carefully as I can. So yeah, Bram's been over. I know with John having connection issues, I'd like to play it out, but I don't want to take too much of our time. But yeah, Bram was just over after, like, while this discussion was going on, walking over to Tenso Single.
This one's single.
Tenso Single, and was just hand hovering over the wound. I was like hold still for a moment, and just giving him 9 points of healing, trying to close up the worst parts of the injury.
I don't know if lay on hands overheals, but I only need 7 points.
You only need what?
7.
How many points? 7. You took like 20 damage. Did you heal yourself somehow?
Yeah, you used
Yes, I did.
second level cure wounds on him.
Oh, okay. I missed that somehow. Okay. Well then, yeah, I'll give you the 7 points of healing. Just make sure you're up. Which leaves me with 3. Cool. So yeah, and then afterwards, be like, "You good?" And you took a big blow. Tough
Yeah,
dude.
I took a moment to heal myself before it went over.
All right. Well, you're a tough man. Glad to have you around. Then, turning over to Faith, he'll take the egg and be like, I agree with you. I don't know what this thing will be, if it's nature or nurture. I don't know correct answer, but I think mercy and patience is always the best course of action, at least in the beginning. So, say we take it back and inform the city and the quest givers what transpired here. And let them make the decision.
We don't know if this thing can be raised to be good, or if it's. I mean, evil exists, and there's some things that just can't be saved, and some things that just need to be stopped, so that good can prevail. But we don't know that this egg is one of those things. Not yet. And until we know, he takes the egg and tucks
And
it in
drops
under. Yeah, just drop after this dramatic speech, just immediately fumbles and it cracks. Like, uh-oh. Anyway, just who wants scrambled? No, he just takes it under his shield and just nods.
Thank you.
Of course.
Just want to reiterate how you probably haven't seen since you've met Faith 3 days ago. She's always had this like sense of like making jokes and always a little ironic about things and just lighthearted and stuff. And now all of a sudden she's like become really serious and fired up about this.
It gets serious when cute animals are involved.
I think it's.
Yeah, I know.
I think it's more
serious
than that,
than
but I think I think I understand the line of thought with that, but Bram wouldn't. So instead, he'll just take the egg. Like, all right. So before we go anywhere else, though, he'll kind of gesture over to the remains. And
As you kind of turn back, Ben, how big was this thing again?
Looking at it up close, it's something like 13 or 14 feet tall. It's a large thing.
I was kind of, let go of the conversation after, Faith picked up the egg and went off. But as you turn back, Aris kind of, crouched, like bent down over the creature's body with like a hand on it. And he's taking out like a what's it called? I'm forgetting the name. Like a ink and like a ink pen on a coal of some sorts. And he's like drawing like rectangles on the skin of the large paraton. Like these rectangles are about like a feet by 8-inch or sorts. And I'm not sure, how many rectangles can come over the body of the paraton, but he's doing that.
What the fuck?
All right. Well, yeah, you'd spend a good little while doing that before it'd be complete.
Wizards and their wizard shit.
If no one says anything after he's done drawing the rectangles, I don't want to get too deep into this, but Eros will take out a knife and start cutting around those rectangles.
What are you doing there, bud?
Kind of turns back and says, "Give me a second." Do you know what paper is?
Paper? Yeah, I'm aware of what paper is. Yes.
So insulting.
Do you know the problem with paper?
It gets messed up in the rain.
that it absorbs too much. It absorbs too much ink. And he kind of hold up his hand and he says, you see these patterns and they're like really intricate in nature. They're like, a millimeter thick and, just like intricate patterns. And he says, impossible to do these on paper. Whereas skin, when you stretch it with the proper tools and you make vellum, it doesn't absorb anything. Perfect for writing stuff on.
Have you ever heard of a pencil?
You're gonna make paper out of the bird that we just killed?
Harris nods and turns back with the knife.
It would just roll her eyes without saying anything.
Lou will look at Faith and just ask, I thought you said he went to a school. Don't they have just like normal paper and stuff at a school? What's wrong with your brother?
Don't get me started.
All right. Well, while you're doing that, other things need to get done, and I'll leave Eris to do his things. But I want to Bram would want to go over to this body and in his camping equipment, he probably has a small hand shovel, nothing like major, nothing like really intricate, but enough to dig latrines or put posts in or whatever. He's gonna set his shield and axe and egg down over to the side and just start digging.
You have my sword and my axe and my egg.
Yeah. Just start digging and look over and be like, "Someone want to give me a hand?"
Sid will help. Sid will assist.
All right.
Digging graves is what Sid does best.
What? Sid does everything best.
Exactly.
Yeah, digging a quick grave probably doesn't take. It's probably pretty equivalent to what Eris is trying to do as well, as far as timing wise. You guys finish burying the body, and everyone seems, I guess, all set to go.
Yeah. Are we taking the body back? And I'll point at the bird, not the one that we just buried.
It has like multiple rectangular shapes of skin missing.
We could take the head at least, right? As a trophy. I mean, it's kind of human. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that.
Swap it with the small head?
I mean, that as gruesome as it sounds, should we take both as proof of what we did?
We probably have to, right?
I think it would be best.
All right. Once Ares is done doing his hoodoo work, he'll go over with his axe and try and cut off the big head, and then with the same kind of use of his channel divinity, have the vines come up and bury the other body, the peregrine, underneath the soil as best he can.
Gotcha.
On a there's no way he can dig a Like,
Get
it would
grave.
take hours to dig a grave for that thing. So yeah, he's going to use the channel divinity on that one. Try and return to the soil.
Yep.
So
yeah, just like last time you managed to do so pretty successfully. Almost make for it like a earthy tomb on the spot. All right.
So what makes something like that?
Lots of strong emotion, I suppose. It is called Envy Spawn.
Yes. Let's get back.
All right.
So,
we're going.
Aras has like a leatherworking proficiency, so whereas I don't know what's the proper way to do this and store it for travel and the process of turning skin into like vellum, Aras would know, so he's doing all of that.
Yeah, I don't have any mechanics detail for that, but I mean, we can just kind of keep it loose. It's
Also, in your world, is there any elven burial ritual?
nothing that I've specifically outlined. No. I think it would be pretty practical and simple. Just like definitely they definitely practice burial, but there's not much religion tied to it. It's more just they might not even mark graves, especially. You just kind of like
just making sure the undead don't come back.
Yeah.
I think if Faye or if Tony is fine with this for whatever RLs are, maybe taking like a twig, like a long piece of twig, turning into like a circle, and then like just adorning it with like long flowers and like some sort of leaves to make like a crown of sorts, and then wherever the burial is, I'll place it near the skull. Arrows will place it near the skull.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Something to market.
Yeah.
Probably
Casually
not-
a nice elven ritual after he's done skinning someone. But yeah.
Probably not just a stick, but like a living plant, or at least something that could grow into a living plant.
From divinity we are born, from divinity we return.
All right, so going to yeah, I was gonna end the session about here anyways, Maddie, so you're good. Yeah, so we're gonna end the session here. So some things I can go ahead and say is everyone can level up for the next session.
Yeah.
And
Nice.
Wait, after one quest?
After 1 3-session quest, yes.
Okay.
We're still used to Monday.
He did say it would be fast.
Especially these early levels will be a little bit faster, but later on probably won't be so easy.
That's cool. That's cool.
And yeah, so next time we'll be wrapping up the small things of the quest, like the deal with the egg. But I want to get through the wrap up pretty quickly, so like that won't be especially detailed. That dealing with the egg will be a little bit more detailed and some interaction, but after that's dealt with, we're just gonna like skip right past all the travel and all that other stuff to get back to it, so we can get another quest started pretty quickly.
Do we want to distribute the gold, or do you want to say if we get that gold so we can plan like shopping off screen?
Yeah, you can account for shopping with the reward. So the reward is where did I put it? Oh, there it is. 2,000 gold total sum. So split. If you're doing an even split, that's what?
It was 3,000, right?
Yeah, 3,000 total sum.
Was it 3,000?
Mhm.
Yeah, 3,000.
So,
That's 500 each.
Yeah, 500 each.
As would propose we split it 8 ways, 2 parts goes to the party. Like a common fund. Does that make sense?
Cool with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But as long as like we agree on how that the party fund gets spent.
Yeah, no one dips into the party fund without like a conversation with everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm good with that.
I'll
Also-
agree as long as I don't have to do the math.
Yeah. Also, I don't like. I'm not particularly interested in role playing it. I do think it's a little funny. But Bram bought that crossbow specifically to go hunting an aerial foe, and it did not come in handy at all. So he would want to return it. If I have to take less money from returning it, that's fine. But he would want to sell it back.
You feel a little bit cheated.
Yeah, they would accept it back at a normal sellback price, which is half of what you bought it for.
Okay, that's fair. So I just wasted 20 gold, but that's okay.
Oof.
You got
Aris with his high intelligence will volunteer to be the accountant.
Would want me to be the accountant?
Would volunteer to be the accountant.
Wouldn't want me to be the accountant. I was like, okay, that makes perfect sense.
I said, would volunteer.
Oh, would volunteer. Gotcha.
Okay, is my mic off the session?
No. It's good. It's good. No worries. It was it was having issues, but now it's good. If we're not role playing the way back to Antho, then I'll just say that Faith will not be speaking to Erhis on the way back.
Ooh.
I think we're role playing that then.
We'll get to whatever we want or don't want to role play. We'll get to next session. I'm just
also,
saying
just
anything that people don't want to specifically role play through, I'm going to very quickly gloss over next time. So
okay,
yeah, just be ready. For
also,
that.
your bookkeeping, you're cool with feats, right?
That's a good point. We never asked
Yeah,
that.
for sure.
Yeah. I mean, I know I took one in the beginning, but I just wanted to make sure. Okay, because I'll go ahead and tell you it's not going to be a secret or anything. I want to take Shield Master.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
There's certain feed combinations that can get a little broken that I might have a say in, but like for the most part, I'm fine with all feeds.
Okay. I know the one you're talking about, like Sentinel and Polearm Master,
yeah.
Great Weapon Master.
That's the main one, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of the ones where you can take a -5 to your attack roll and get +10 damage I'm not too fond of those.
I love how every feat combination that you've mentioned so far have been applied to 2 of Leah's previous characters.
Hey, no, they haven't.
He's never taken Great Weapon Master.
Or Sentinel or whatever the other thing was.
Yeah, he did. You took Polearm Master.
Yeah, you had Polearm
but
Master.
That was alone, not in conjunction with the other things.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, it's very strong, but it's not like broken until you add a bunch of other things to it.
Yeah, I had no plans to.
It's just funny to me.
Yeah, and he has Sharpshooter, but that's the only he barely uses that one.
What? That is the closest thing you've ever said.
No, he usually he does it sometimes, but sometimes he doesn't. He
uses
doesn't
it like almost every attack.
Does he? I don't know. I think he's been using a lot of spells lately.
That's true.
All right. Well, if that's that, I'm gonna be out of here. And
Okay.
Thank you for the
Could
session.
could you leave the thing running so we can mess with character
I'll leave it
sheets?
running for at least a couple hours.
Nice.
Probably might have to switch over to prepare for the next group.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I'll leave
Couple
it up so you
hours
guys
is
can
plenty.
level up. And
I only need a bit to level up.
Yeah. And
I think this might be the last. Like, I don't know if I take I might take another one. I might not. But this is probably going to be the last feat I take. Just so.
Me too, I think.
Yeah. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Next week should be good for next week still.
Shoot, I need to tell you, Ben. I'm sorry. I need to tell you. I almost forgot. I'm going on vacation next week.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be here, unfortunately.
Okay.
I really want to because this is super fun, but
we'll see what everyone else wants to do. But we might do, start another quest without you present.
Yeah, maybe Vermeer takes a nap in Blue's backpack this time.
That's an image.
All right, good to know. Yeah, I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, that was cool. Thank you for running it.
Thank you again, man. This is awesome.
Yeah,
appreciate you. That was a cool monster fight.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, it's. I just randomly, just looking through monsters I
like
found.
the synergy it had.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that it didn't hit me first, and that the 2d8 thing didn't apply to the damage to the crits that it did to the.
Yeah, that would have been bad.
As
I
it
don't know.
turned to me, I was like, I can survive one round, and then I see Ben posting Heart of Envy in the chat. I'm like, never mind then. I'll accept my death.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
I don't know how much HP you have, but if it's less or equal to 22, then if that crit had applied, it had the chance to just kill you. Just
Definitely
no
has
saving
the
throws.
chance
Just kill you.
All right. So how do you add a level?
Oh,
You want to import it using the same thing that you used to import your previous levels.
You don't necessarily have to. I found out you can just go into features and open your class from the features page.
Yeah,
and then it will let you edit it. And it will automatically add the stuff that you get from it.
Right, but I'm not sure if it'll import your subclass correctly if you do that.
I wouldn't know because I didn't get anything for this level, so maybe not.
Yeah, I would use the importer.
So import class and subclass.
Yeah. And then you just highlight the singular level that you need.
Huh. So do I need to pick sorcerer or my subclass?
I think you can highlight both. It's like have sorcerer selected and then the sorcerer subclass as well. For most of you, it won't matter because most of you don't get anything at level 4 for your subclass. But it's good habit to get into to always have your class and subclass selected.
I'll figure it out.
I think I'm actually going to delay the feat for the next ASI because my 2 highest stats are odd.
Yeah, that's a nice one to boost up for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to fix that and then do the feat next time.
I specifically chose a odd ability score to start with because I plan on taking a half feat. I'm not sure which one.
All right.
I'm definitely taking an ASI.
All right, I'm actually leaving now, so you have a good one.
All right, thanks, buddy.
See you next week.
Alrighty. We're out of there. Alright, well, that's going to be it. Wrapped up the fight. And next time we go pick a new quest. Figure out what the hell they're going to do with that egg. They're taking it to the city. I mean, they're just going to... We'll see. Alright. Thanks for watching. See you guys on the next episode. Next session.